welcome to the meeting. Main order of business, obviously, long-term plan deliberations, but prior to that, we've got a number of referral reports coming through first up. So I'm going to take a slightly different approach today. So because it's a long day and it's potentially quite challenging, we're going to have the normal morning, afternoon tea, but we'll also have a 5-minute break on the hour, so people can stretch their legs or whatever else you want to use. But it is 5 minutes. It's not 5 minutes that extends to 10 minutes. So we'll just see how that goes in terms of working through the day. Right. I'll open with karakia. Whakataka taho ki te uru, whakataka taho ki te tonga, kia makina kina ke uta, kia matara tata ki tai, he aki ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei, mauri ora. Do we have any apologies? I think everybody is lateness for Celia, Councillor Butler, and Councillor Greening's up there. Okay, so apologies for lateness. And Dick, I'll move her. Councillor Mailing, Deputy Mayor Brian. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. Declarations of interest. Councillor Hill.
There's a mention of the Anaweka Waka project in the report a bit later on, and I've got a key role there.
All good, thank you.
I'm not sure we'll get to these today. Waiheke dams, and also the access road to Kohari Park Motorsport. Discuss that.
Okay,
and I'm a trustee of the Nelson Tasman Business Trust.
Okay, all right, so they're all noted, and then obviously when the items come up, Councillor Bella.
Trustee of Good Sports Moraweka, which is not part of the swimming pool committee, but it is the swimming pool committee's under the trust, I suppose.
Okay, and Councillor Walker.
Deputy Chair of the Tasman Bay Promotional Trust. And probably there's quite a few others that I participate in my community. Do you want me to give you a list of?
No. So it's so if you believe you have a conflict as in either particularly pecuniary, but otherwise then just note it if you're a member or you happen to attend or you're then in most cases that's not gonna if it comes up and you feel you should do, it's really a judgment that you have to make in terms of your conflict. Okay, so we'll start working through the referral reports. So first up, we've got Saxons Field Committee. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a report referred from the committee meeting last week, and just to give you one or two highlights, the bulk of the submissions on Saxton Field were around a playground. It was quite a significant number of people supporting that. And apart from that, we're looking at basically reprioritising some of the long-term plan program that we had drafted and put in place. And one of those is regarding roofs for netball courts at Saxton, and whether we bring forward money for a feasibility study to year one. Now, just on that, I know NCC staff would prefer that to go to year two. So currently it's being proposed that it's in year one. So just to highlight that. I'll hand over to Rob. He can just give you some highlights on some of the other changes.
Thanks, Rob.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. There have been a number of other changes since the report went out. The bottom line figures have only gone down until year three, when I think there's just been a bit of a marginal shift upwards to accommodate some of the movement. So the Saxton entrance development, which was scheduled for year one, has been pushed out to year three, the long-term plan. That's $105,000. We've moved $100,000 from the baseball fencing from year one into the play facilities year two. The development of Harakeke Green, that was $450,000, has been pushed out from year two to year four. And then there's a further just under $53,000 Harakeke Green cricket wicket blocks moved out from year 3 to year 5. And that's it.
Okay. Right, so there is the referral report, a recommendation attached. So there anything else you want to add, Grant?
I would just re-emphasise that year 2 for the feasibility study, which is $13,500 for each council, the contribution. So that we're in alignment with Nelson, I think if we change that from year 1 to year 2, I think that would be prudent.
Okay. Councillor Mackenzie, then Councillor Byron.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to confirm that in our documents on page 68, we have a table with the proposed plan, which shows the difference now between the plan and what was consulted on. And then we've got minuses and pluses at the bottom. In year 3, there's a difference of 302,000, which, okay, so that's actually, we want to spend more than what we consulted on. Yep. So the first 2 years it goes down, and then years 3 and 4, we are wanting to spend about $700,000 more than what we consulted on.
Kind of. Through the chair, sorry. So it's really just moving numbers around. So those totals are just changing. So it's just going from one year to another.
Oh, okay. So if I was to add them all up in total, it's about the same amount.
There's no change, yeah.
Yep, okay. And so in terms of our long-term plan and our contribution, have these updated figures been reflected in our LTP numbers?
I'll through you, Mr. Chair. It's a combination. The vast majority has the 27,500. Our share of that is 13,500, thereabouts. That is in year 1 at the moment, so there's a subtle move there. And there was a skate park, I think it was, where there's actually been an additional cost over and above just moving things around. So that again is going to be something additional. Again, it's relatively minor. I think it's 20,000 in the first year and 40,000 in years 3 and 4. And I think that's our share towards it. So they aren't. So unfortunately, it's a sort of a combination. But 2 things are outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the report, and the page 68 is the figures that we've got in front of us, Rob. So that's exactly the same ones. So it would also be fair to say that some of the things that we've pushed out, being one, the Harakiki Green, may not be a priority still in year 4. It's in year 4 for a reason. So they've been pushed out strategically in terms of, one, listening to the feedback that was overwhelmingly in support of a regional accessible playground, and 2, the skate park part. So that balance and softening from our original budget in years 1 and 2 are certainly significantly less what you see here. That's obviously already been captured. But on those bases, just acknowledge staff, Robin Grant, and with help of Paul Harrington, shuffled these the night before the last Saxon field working group, and to get to this place. So it was some good movement, but happy to move.
Okay, so it's been moved. Councillor Murray, is there a seconder? I've got Councillor Mailing wishing to speak. Seconded Councillor Ellis. Yeah.
Right, just a couple of questions where I have some concerns is between baseball and softball, because the use of those 4 softball courts is not what I would expect. And I've been taking particular note and visiting there on a Saturday, and then the baseball numbers don't appear to be high either. So I hope that there is discussion between the Tasman Field Committee or the officials and those 2 particular sports, because I don't want us to see a duplication. Because I looked at a baseball practice last week. The only real difference is how they do the pitching mount. That is all I see, and this was 14, 15, 16-year-olds practicing. So has that audit and discussion taken place?
Through the chair. Yes, Councillor Manley, I completely agree with you. We've got an ambition to get baseball over onto the aerial field, which is directly adjacent to the softball courts, so that they can use the softball courts for the smaller age group leagues. And in so doing, that relieves the pressure for an all-weather surface on aerial green. And so we could probably just simply install a grass baseball diamond there and save ourselves a big chunk of that 800,000 in year 9.
That's good. Okay, but I've got another point. In terms of netball, when they did their presentation, they didn't acknowledge that there are covered netball courts nearby. Other than it there, because at Waimea College there are covered netball courts that have been funded by the taxpayer. So there are more covered netball courts than they actually indicated in their submission. Will that be taken into account, and how much is the Netball Nelson going to put into the feasibility study? Because to me, it's a winter sport. When you play sport in the winter, particularly where I used to play sport in Dunedin, it's a darn sight colder and a darn sight wetter than it is here, and they still play netball outside.
Again, through the chair, the original application, or the initial application from Netball Nelson, was for $55,000 to fund a feasibility study. Colleagues at Nelson City Council responded with, we'll put half of the bill. And of course, we've got half of that half share, which is 13,750. And that sum has been moved forward from year 4 to year 1. Now, the year 4 sum was for the resurfacing of the netball courts. Recent conversations with colleagues at Nelson, looks like there's very little appetite at Nelson City Council to fund a roof over those netball courts, but perhaps that'll be flushed out through the feasibility study.
Okay, and now it's being proposed to put back to year 2 anyway. So we originally had it brought it into year from 4 to 1. Nelson indicated 2. Currently, the recommendation is 2. So there's some time to discuss. And I take from Councillor Murray's point earlier that a number of the things that have been pushed out beyond year 3 for a reason, which is there's an ongoing conversation about their priority, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Are avenues like pub charity and those things gone to first before? Because is that a line that's available to these outfits? I just would love to know that all those avenues have been tried and failed before it just come along to the easy old council option.
Sorry, Councillor Hill, I don't know. It's the quick answer to that.
I'd like to think that if there are other options, that those are checked out, particularly to organisations.
So again, my understanding is, if I took what Rob said correctly, they applied for 55,000. We've indicated 50% between 2 councils, which means they will have to go and find 50% of whatever from wherever, including potentially pub charities, for their 50% should it go ahead. And our share is a quarter, which is 13 X, Y, and Z. There is a challenge getting feasibility study money. It tends to be easier to get capital funding for a project once it's a project as opposed to feasibility funding, but nevertheless, we would expect to see them look at all avenues for funding their share.
Yeah, just through the chair, when we met with Netball, there was definitely an appetite to go out and find the money themselves, and I don't think that they were looking to council necessarily for the capital funding part of it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything further? It's been moved and seconded. Councillors Maru and Ellis. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Next up, we have recommendation from the NRSBU. Referral report again. Mike Schroer. Welcome, Mike.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So I'll take the report as read. Just to note that there were no submissions for the Regional Sewerage Business Unit relating directly to the Regional Sewerage Facility. But there were 3 submissions that could be related back to the regional sewage and wastewater in general. Two submitters supported additional investment in wastewater infrastructure to enable growth. And a third submission spoke to a wide range of wastewater issues, and in particular, of particular relevance was the issue of wastewater overflows. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Mike. So there's a recommendation there. Open for questions.
I'll move.
Yep. So move Councillor Mailing, seconded Councillor Dowler. Yep. So
Yep, so I know that there's one big item in here, and that's some purchase of some land to put in a retention area to stop overflows. And I think in the last few weeks that's been come to fruition. So that's the area, it's where the Saxton pump station is. So it's the old Enza land that the NRSVU has been trying to secure for some time. So, and I know Nelson City has a consent for overflows at certain times, and we don't. We don't want to see any overflows at all, but when we get weather events, we get up to 7 times the flow. So there's been considerable money spent on duplicating the pipelines and improving our infrastructure in this area. And I noted during the submissions, we got some criticism about a pump station from one of our submitters. But in actual fact, it was the Richmond pipes that are a bit small, not the pump stations. And you just can't replace pipes when we get infill housing because it would just be expensive. So we are spending a considerable amount of money, and I've chaired this business unit for, I think, 4.5 years, maybe slightly longer. The conditions in relation to, and the expectation in relation to wastewater are only getting higher as part of the 3 waters, which I spoke about yesterday. So this has to be done, and it's spread over a long time. And to stop overflows completely will be very, very expensive. And we just need to bear that in mind.
thank you, Councillor Mailing. Councillor Dowler. Okay, Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, just a question about the line item, the Rabbit Islands biosolids consent. I mean, $850,000 over 2 years to renew the consent. So the current consent, how long has it been in place for?
The biosolids one was just put in. So it was granted, I can answer, it was granted last year, wasn't it? Or Mike can answer.
The original consent was for 25 years.
Yeah. The new one was
New ones.
17. So the 2 consents now for plant, well, no, discharge to the estuary is from Bells Island, is the 2 are aligned now. So biosolids onto Rabbit Island and the plant discharge to the estuary align.
I guess my $850,000 to renew a consent for an activity that we're currently doing seems an extraordinary amount of money to me.
Oh, welcome to the resource consent process. No, I'm not even going. I'm not even going to reference other issues, but discharge. But this is one of the challenges with so much of what we do. Yes, I agree, but that is the cost of the process now is astronomically expensive.
Maybe we'll be applying for fast tracking.
When we did the discharge consent, I think there were 5 scientists in the room. So you're talking major cost in terms of proving that you're not harming the environment, and then it's still opposed. So and we had specialist. There are specialist commissioners that just deal with wastewater consents, and one of the ladies is from Christchurch who's done a number of consents. And we actually got a very big tick when she came back for the Rabbit Island consent and did. So we had the same chair of the commissions. So they aren't cheap, and you don't do them lightly because you only get one go at it. And you need a wastewater consent because otherwise we've got major problems.
We can only imagine a new wastewater treatment plant in Motueka's consent costs. Right, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further questions? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thanks, Mike. And the last referral report before we go into deliberations proper. The recommendations, again, referral from the landfill business unit and also Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, take most of the report as read, just to focus on some of the major submissions. We received a total of 34 submissions from TDC submitters to the NTRLBU. 3 submissions were in relation to food waste disposal. 9 submitters indicated support for the increase in waste disposal fees and charges and the user pays principles. And 16 submitters disagreed with the proposed increase in landfill fees. 3 submitters indicated that the AMP should include funding to investigate and support solution for the disposal or beneficial reuse of contaminated soil. And 6 submitters were concerned that the increase in fees would result in increased fly tipping.
Thanks, Mike. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the resolutions. And just as the chair notes, similarly to the sewerage business unit, although they don't have a waste levy, but the waste minimisation levy and the local disposal level, that is 45% of the reason for the increase, along with a further increase related to the new operations, which will start 1st of July with a much larger and better compactor. So we should get more life out of the landfill at York. And of course, there's some other costs associated with the disposal of soil that I think we'll talk about at some stage as well. So with that, I'm happy to move.
Move Deputy Mayor Brian, Councillor Hill and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. This gets raised as fees go up, that there'll be more fly tipping. Is there actually, are we seeing evidence of that? Is that, if we would know?
Through you, Chair. The last 3 years, there hasn't been too much of a change in the general fly tipping, but what we have noticed is quite an increase in carcasses being dumped in recent years at riversides and that sort of thing. So we are monitoring it quite closely now.
Unrelated to the charge, because generally those carcasses never went to the transfer station or the landfill in any event. Yeah.
Yes, was like, where would they be going? That's odd, isn't it? Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, all those forestry gates. If you drive around between here and Mercy, you'll see hundreds of new gates. There is gates on every little track, road, up through the Golden Downs, and so because the forestry companies have clamped down on access, that's where most of that used to go. And I suspect there's a relationship between that and where we now see pig carcasses, deer carcasses, other. Yeah, so. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, happy to second it. I guess one of my comments with the fly tipping is we've had a report not long ago come to this full council which says that fly tipping hasn't gone up, but we also note that the use of cameras has deterred some of that behaviour. So thank you, but happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Mann.
I'd just like to make sure that we formally record that we have a workshop on the different classifications of soil, because we had submissions on that, and I know that there's been workshops at the 2 business units, and an idea floated, because this class 4 soil is causing a lot of concern in our community with our contractors and how we interpret that to make sure that we're not overburdening our community with these costs, and that we aren't going beyond what we need to in terms of science. So we need to make sure that whatever we do is correct.
Thank you, Councillor Mailing. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, just trying to get an idea of where the weighting of the increase has gone. It's an 18% increase. Tasman District Council is broadly increasing its charges by roughly 10%. So this is substantially higher than our broad charges increase. And I'm just wondering where the loading is. Were the levies an 18% increase, or were they higher than that? Can you give me some idea of what the levy increases were? Were they?
Mike.
Through the chair, I'm afraid I don't have that detail at hand, but I can ask David Stevenson to get back to.
Yeah, I seem to remember when David Stevenson came to the discussions earlier, there was what is driving it, where it lands in terms of different charges, whether it's at whether it's at the landfill, whether it's the bag, so where it falls. So we can get that detail through during the course of the day.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah. So I mean, it is a concern. I suspect that levies, I don't think have increased that much. That's a pretty substantial increase from central government. Again, I don't think interest rates have gone up 18%, nor maybe insurance. I'm just wondering whether most of this 18% is being driven by our own administrative costs. You can't elucidate to that. I mean, what do you know what our administrative costs proportion is?
If you go to the report,
Yeah,
4.4 breaks down the reasons for the fees and charges.
Yes,
26 increase in the levy, 15% relates to changes in the managing leaves valley, 31% relates to increased costs associated with the new operations and maintenance contract at
Yes,
York.
I understand all that, but the thing is, I don't believe it's been evenly spread across those percentage breakdowns, i.e. is 31% actually taken up most of the 18% increase?
Was 31% of the 18% increase, isn't it? That's the way I read it.
That's how I read it.
The 26 of the 18% is the levy, 15% of the 18% is
So you're
changes
saying
with,
each one of those is equally increased by 18%, of which therefore, because I don't believe they're all 18%, I believe some are higher than 18%, but the weighting of them is reflected in the percentages.
right. Well, we'll get the details from David
if they're all 18% increases, then I understand that completely. 26% of 18%, blah, blah, blah. But I don't believe they're all 18%. That's an amazing figure to all land on.
Well, no, I'm sure they are. Right. So we'll get the detail from David, who probably is the only person who knows the answer to this question. Righto, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further comments? I would just make a comment about the clean fill landfill conversation. So my understanding is I have been quite focused on the class 4 landfill thing, but my understanding from a conversation this morning is there is now no clean fill sites in Tasman. The only place left in the entire region is Cable Bay. So if you dig 1 cubic metre of dirt for a deck or a swimming pool on your section, the only place to dispose of it now is Cable Bay, which even from here is a 2-hour round trip. So there is a very substantial issue confronting anybody who does anything that involves the excavation of soil, let alone the issue of the class 4 soil. This is just any soil or clay that needs to be removed. So there is a very substantial challenge that doesn't really fall squarely on us, although we potentially have a role in that, because there are no clean fill sites left in the region. So that is a fairly substantial challenge that somebody is going to have to confront. Part of the issue is just finding a location, which again is not on us. But then there's getting it consented, which obviously we do have a influence over or a role in. So I think there's 2 things that are really clear. There's the class 4 situation, but then there's also just clean fill in general, which adds a substantial cost to every project that everybody does, including ourselves, where we need to dispose of soil for projects that we do.
So I have a concern with the fact that without knowing where the loading is and whether we can influence this further, which I think we should be able to, I would have thought, I can't really vote for this without that additional information.
To be honest, this doesn't relate to the soil disposal issue, but yes, if you feel unable to vote one way or the other in terms of the referral report we have in front of us, you will just have to say nothing, remain quiet.
Vote against. Yeah.
or vote against, which, yeah, is another option. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Against.
The
Recorded. Thank you.
resolution is carried, and could you please record Mr. Greening's vote against? Next up, we move into the deliberations per se. So just at this point, the way we're going to work through this in sections or chunks. I'll warn you now, there are various stages where we are going to slightly amend the order, i.e. bring things that are, and I will let you know well in advance and give you clear directions to try and bunch things that are similar in topic that may actually be out of the number sequence. So hopefully it's intended to make things easier. So I hope it won't make things harder.
And we will be putting them up so you'll be able to see the order on the screen.
Yep. And as we go through the topics, we will be taking resolutions, but they will be in principle. So we'll take the resolutions on the different sections, hopefully in sections and not having to go through every individual item. And then when we get to the end, once we are satisfied that the combination of all of the different moving parts where we would like them to be, then we will ratify the entire lot in one final resolution. And that may be, well, hopefully the end of tomorrow, but it may be at some point later. I'll just reiterate the information we received yesterday from Matt, which is in terms of auditing and trying to get, which is obviously our statutory timeframe, to have the final plan approved by the end of June. Audit have given a fairly clear direction / instruction / requirement that they receive the final information on the financials by Tuesday the 4th. So in order for that to be achieved, ideally, we would get that done by the end of tomorrow. So in an ideal world, that's what we're aiming to achieve. Now, clearly we don't live in an ideal world, so we'll just have to see how it goes. So is everyone clear in terms of process? Right. Alan, I will now hand over to you.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So very brief introduction for me. We've got lots to get through, so I don't want to hold things up. So part of the reason for the change of order is to really focus on those things that affect the budget, so we can, as much as possible, get through those. And at times, we've got associated two topics that are associated, so it makes sense to try and do those while the staff are in the room. So that's the reason for that. I'd like to take the report as read, and I think as we go through the different sections, maybe the staff who've provided the advice can have the opportunity to speak as we get to them. I think Matt would like just to clarify the financial starting position before we begin, and we have an answer to one of the questions you asked yesterday in the workshop around the Richmond Library roof, so we'd also like to provide that information before we get going.
Yeah, and just one last thing to clarify, the item, the fees and charges item is going to be, so although it's on the agenda next, that is going to be taken later, is that right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I anticipate that we will get to that it's probably going to be next week before we get to that. Depends on how fast we get through.
But one clarification, in terms of audits requirements, is the schedule of fees and charges important in that time frame, or can that sit to one side?
I think it's less important. I mean, I guess it depends a little bit what decisions you make from the schedule, but in general, it's less important.
That's less important in terms of getting it done by the end of Friday, rather than the balance of the financial that affects rates and etc. Okay, good to know. Matt, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I suppose we had the workshop yesterday where there was no decisions were made. Indications of where things would land were possibly made. Obviously, this report was written a week ago, so there's things here that will get decided today. I'm going to have to sort of keep you updated as to what's in and what's out of that 11.5%. So the base right now is 11.5%. There are a number of things around audit changes, increases because of the Waimea Dam, for water operating costs, etc., that are reflected in that 11.5. So I will have to step in and give you clarity in some instances about whether that's part of the 11.5 base or it's actually increases over and above that. Unfortunately, it's a bit of the nature of the beast. So you'll be seeing me a bit. What I might attempt to do as well is bring back something tomorrow morning that sort of clarifies the decisions made to sort of give you a bit of a running total as best I can.
Okay, thank you. That'd be very handy. So you just sit down there and wave. Yeah, maybe a flag would be useful at a point in time. At a point in time where you think you might need to, clarify. That would be really handy. Right. With that, so the first up is really
next, just coming to talk about Richmond Library.
Oh yes, you can. Well, Nick can. So this is a query that came up yesterday that reflected an item that was on a previous council agenda.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Following, we've had problems with leaks in the building for many years. We did quite a substantial amount of repairs late last year, and there were still leaks occurring. So we actually did a deep dive into the building condition, and we got Scott's and a local engineer to do a remediation works report. The building's not earthquake prone. It's there's no immediate risks to the building or staff or users. But we do know that we will have to implement a renewal program in the building. The HVAC system, for example, will cost probably about 150,000 over the next 5 years. We'll have to replace the PLCs in the elevator, which is about 60,000 over the next 2 or 3 years. So it's just the normal, I guess, the normal operation of a quite a well-utilised building. Our big concern was we did some repairs on the roof truss late last year, and the roof was still leaking. So we've had an engineer look at that. Probably we're trying to get the report from the previous engineer to understand their calculations, but it's not the biggest issue. In fact, it's not even a significant issue for the building. Our focus will be on the watertightness of the building, so which aren't difficult things to resolve. Things like flashing around windows and so on. So we estimate that the library will cost about $1 million over 10 years, say 110,000 for 9 years, and that's the cost to keep that building going.
Okay, so in terms of the structural, there's not a concern structurally with the roof?
No, there's no concern. We do need to investigate some of the calculations on it.
Okay, all right, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question, Nick. Is that $1 million currently in your maintenance budget in the long-term plan?
No, it's not. We've received the report in April.
So the things you mentioned, the HVAC, the PLC, none of that's in either?
No, they're not.
Right. Matt, do you want to wave a flag at this point?
My colleague,
yes,
to get the phasing of that size, I can cost that in terms of a rating impact. I met well. Yeah,
$100,000
operating capital, etc.
Yeah, exactly. So the mix of capital versus operations, etc.
will change. Yeah, will change the dynamic. So I will be doing that shortly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ellis, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hill.
I'm just a bit confused because it's a different story to what I understood the other day, so I can clarify. So these are above and beyond the normal maintenance of the library building, and why aren't these things included as part of the normal maintenance budget?
This is the first time we've ever done a deep dive into the maintenance for the library. There are things like the PLC for the elevator and HVAC work hasn't really been looked at in the past. So we've now got quite a detailed renewal and maintenance plan for the building.
Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hill.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've done some condition reports on a number of buildings in our property portfolio. We've had this information, I think maybe it was through Enterprise, or I can't quite remember. And that identified an amount of money that we needed to set aside in the LTP for deferred maintenance. So why would we not be thinking that we need to deal with this problem in terms of prioritising the deferred maintenance work on all those other buildings?
So to date, we have done a condition survey on almost 90% of our buildings. Most of them are in good condition. There's cladding is probably in some of the buildings are probably the key issue, outstanding issues. We now have the ability to program renewals and forward maintenance over 20 years if we have to, and develop a budget for that. This has to be added to the condition surveys.
If I may, so we haven't previously had the budget for dealing with the deferred maintenance because we hadn't previously done the condition reports. I know it's not the gold-plated solution to look to maybe reprioritise or slow down the forward program, but why can't we do that? Because even if we do that in order to accommodate the library, we're still being more proactive than what we have been for the past 5 years.
Sri, Mr. Chair, that's a very good point. And we can delay maintenance, program maintenance to adjust for higher priorities. And the model will actually tell us, give us the ability to do that.
And effectively, that's the signal we need to send today. So at the end of this conversation, we need to indicate, is this going to be additional money, or do property need to find it from their original or their other maintenance budgets? I get a sense I know where that's going to head, which will make Matt happy because it will save him doing recalculations. But we'll just wait and see. Councillor Hill? Councillor Greening?
Thanks for that. Very insightful. My question really relates to, we have another building of a similar nature over in Motueka, a little bit newer, but will these same lessons learnt from Richmond be applied to Motueka, and do we need to provide for budget provision in the LTP, given it's over 10 years for a similar process? Given you've now got new insights on some of the features of the Richmond Library that might apply to the Motueka Library.
That's true, Mr. Chair. We've done condition surveys and modelling for all our buildings in Motueka, and we can we have a very good handle on what's required and when, and what the implications are if we were to push it out.
So we're fully covered maintenance-wise for Motueka Library. There's nothing that's going to spring out in 5 years' time. It suddenly says, "Oh, we should have done that." It didn't come up in the report.
No, it's fully covered. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. I would note that the Richmond Library, although it is currently a library, was actually the Wrightson's store room decades ago, before it was the library, and it's been modified since. So it is slightly different from the custom-built library in Motueka that's only been recently completed. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I guess my question, now that that has been raised by Councillor Greening, is not so much around the maintenance, but around the fit out of the room that we use for meetings and the technical equipment and how that operates would be my concern, as opposed to others at the minute.
Right, so someone can take a note of that and follow it up in due course. Right, anything further in relation to the library roof? I will look for an indication, because we don't actually have a resolution, but we probably won't need one if the indication is to take it out of existing budgets. Those who support the $100,000 per annum although that may not be exactly 100,000 per year because it'll be lumpy, mix of capital and operations coming from existing maintenance budgets indicate. That is fairly clear. So,
quick question, which maintenance budgets will be coming out of? What are we therefore not doing?
So as Councillor McKenzie highlighted earlier, the condition assessment work that's been done across a whole range of different council buildings has a collective amount over all of them. So rather than getting into the specifics of where it might come from, it is to come out of that allocation. This will become a higher priority for some of the work. All we're indicating really is we're not increasing the overall maintenance budget for buildings.
Yeah. So maintenance, in my opinion, of your existing stock is more important than creating new stock, which will create new maintenance issues.
So that's a different decision.
Well, no, but it's part of a broader decision within this, which is, do you prioritize your maintenance, and therefore you invest $1 million here to get the job done and maintain the existing asset, which means it comes out of something else, i.e. a new acquisition. That would make more sense and more logic than suggesting what you're doing, which is paying Peter.
At the moment, given we're on the topic of the Richmond Library, and we will get to the topic of new buildings, and you may well feel free to share the same opinion at that point. At the moment, it is within the maintenance budget. These are all going to be in principle conversations until the end, and at that point, the council will decide which buckets it wants to cut, trim, or add to. So at the moment, the indication is from the council, notwithstanding your personal perspective, that it is to come out of the maintenance budget for properties and be prioritised against those other priorities.
Well, it would be useful for me then to see the list of which ones are falling off the priority list, and therefore will probably require additional funding to maintain them before they fall over. Again, I don't know if the maintenance issues will involve that or not. I don't know, but I don't think anyone around the table knows that either. But it would be useful to know.
Right. I'm sure someone can circulate you the property asset management plan, and but I don't think we're trying to determine which ones. We're going to leave that council staff to determine. Once we give them the overall budget, they will prioritise the areas of maintenance. And it may be that some of the maintenance issues at the library don't necessarily jump all the way to the front. It's just they have to be incorporated in the overall management and maintenance of the property portfolio, and there is no more money. That's all we're saying.
Councillor
Greenie, we've got a long day, and
this is important. This is important. If you're taking $1 million off maintenance and stuff already indicated.
Councillor Greenie, we've already determined. The council has determined. I know you have a different perspective, but we're moving on to the next item.
I can't see how you can determine being so ill-informed, but I can.
Thank you. Righto. So next up, we've got the first section, which really is noting key areas. Alan, if you'd just like to highlight the first lot of resolutions.
Yeah, so just can I clarify, we're going through to resolution 7, is that right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you. So the report details a number of budget changes that have happened since we adopted the consultation document and the supporting information. So some increase in costs and some reduction in our budgeted revenue in the building control area. So yeah, they're detailed all in the report. We have considered doing some further consultation. So obviously this is information that came out since we went out with the consultation document. But with the tight timeline, and we talked earlier about needing to have information through to audit by the 4th of June to be able to get us to the 27th of June to adopt the LTP, there really wasn't time to complete some further consultation within the statutory deadline. From a legal perspective, it is possible to adopt the LTP late without any really sort of significant legal consequences. But due to the limitations with our financial system, that would make the collection of rates at an appropriate level in the next financial year incredibly difficult and creates a bunch of, if you like, financial risks for us. Once we became aware of these budget changes, we did publicise that through media releases, the council website, social media, etc., to try and make the public as aware as we could. And that was prior to the hearings.
those increased costs weren't really picked up in any substantial way in what we heard in hearings, and we haven't received any new late submissions subsequently related to those costs. So I guess to some degree we can anticipate what the views of the public would have been had we consulted on those higher costs instead of the ones that we did from the submissions that we have received. So we to some degree we've got a reasonable idea of what the feedback may have been. Under the Local Government Act, we are required to act prudently, so we do need to fund those additional costs. And in complying with the Local Government Act, the council is expected to operate in a manner that it considers appropriate, and in doing so to consider the resources that the council has to do that. So as a result of all that, we are recommending that no further consultation is undertaken, and that we proceed to make the decisions and complete the long-term plan before the end of June.
Okay, thank you, Alan. So in terms of the first section and the items contained, so i.e. 1 to 7, is there a mover?
For you, I'm happy to move. I just do have a question, if I may, for Alan, around those 7 resolutions, just relating to the Shape Tasman, Alan. I've noticed that some of the, I think they were late submissions have popped up on there. So have we been receiving them and putting them up on Shape Tasman, or is that just a timing thing?
I'm not entirely sure which submissions you're talking about. Certainly, we certainly received all the late submissions up to, I think it was the 1st of May or 31st April, and they were considered by the council in the deliberations. Again, without checking, we may have received some submissions subsequently, but the point I was making is they haven't really related to those additional costs that we publicised. So we haven't had a whole lot of people coming in and wanting to have a say around those.
Right, so they're just probably run-of-the-mill type submissions rather than specifically around that. So no, I'm happy with that. Still happy to move the resolution there.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor McKenzie, second. Is there any discussion around those first 7 items? Oh, Councillor Greening.
Gosh, didn't even get the opportunity for the second. I do have a question about item 7, the additional costs, because I'm trying to find out whether in the report it's detailed, but perhaps you could allude me to where that paragraph is, but also maybe just give me a summary of what are the additional costs, total and breakdown, please?
Yeah, hopefully Matt can check that up. I'll find the relevant parts of the report.
Matt.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just finding the 45.1, which lists them. But if the
Sorry, I was looking above
the
section.
Yeah, so I've got a list outside the report. So essentially, the additional costs since the adoption of the CD relates to the Waimea Dam around the additional funding. The operational costs have increased as well for the Waimea Dam.
So how much is that? Can we get a breakdown?
Indicatively, the Waimea Dam costs. I suppose that's and it's still. In confidence, okay. I suppose the actual negotiations associated with that. So we've assumed an amount which drives the rate increase.
Okay. Give me the total at the end then, after you've given me the breakdown. Yep.
Lovely. The Waimea operation, as I've touched on, is about $500,000. We're funding some of the deficits from 23-24 that we know are going to be over. So we've funding upwards of $690,000 to actually start offsetting those. Those were in the areas of water, wastewater, building, parks and reserves, and roading, all with various reasons that I can go through if required. There was additional cost around the audit fee. Insurance has also risen after talking to our providers. There was the additional water operating costs,
Just a quick
additional
question, the insurance, how much did that go up by
$360,000.
as a percentage increase?
Or on what?
From
Oh, just
what we were
look,
paying before?
the figure is $300,000.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a percentage, that's all, but we can come back to that.
Lovely. There was an increase in the Officer of the Valuer General rateable contract costs, the building movement. There was additional costs in the Harbour Master area, both in terms of the operating space and the capital space. The capital obviously drives a debt servicing costs. Increases around SUTA and the NRDA, just adding inflation back, and also the DIP funding, the phasing of the DIP funding has moved as well. So those changes that I've touched on there have meant that the 9.6% that we consulted on has now increased to the 11.5% that we talked about yesterday.
And that's got a value of millions?
In terms of dollars, that's 1.9 million.
1.9 million.
Yes.
Yeah, so if I can just through you, Mr. Mayor, so that's picked up in the paragraphs 44.1 to 44.18. So it's all in the report. Just to add to that, there's also the question of the projected financial position at the end of this current financial year, which is part of that picture too.
So just for clarification, Councillor Graney, if you're going to ask questions about stuff that's in the report that's been circulated, that should have been read.
Because usually the report's sequenced and this should be at the top.
You couldn't find it. Well, that's unfortunate because it's
a big
fairly
report.
clear and it's actually referred to in the resolution where to find it.
It's a big report, mate.
Yeah, I'm aware. Right.
Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded 1 to 7. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Right, so moving on to the choice 1, financial sustainability. So just firstly, I picked up an error in the report yesterday. So the diagrams on page 119, figure 2 and 3 seem to have got transposed. So hopefully you'd have recognised that when you looked at it. But with that, really take the report as read. I have suggested a slight change to resolution 11, which maybe I'll put on the screen.
11 reflects the conversation that we had.
Yes.
So what is the new recommendation?
So the new recommendation is that the council declines to plan for substantial ongoing sale of assets in the Tasman 10-year plan 2024-2034 at this point, except for the sale of property in resolution 159. So it allows you to change that amount from the original, the 500,000 that was in the original.
So effectively what it says is we're not planning or consulting on selling the port, the airport or the entire forestry estate. However, when we get to resolution 159, if we ever get there, that's where we discuss the value, a la the conversation we've had.
Is it resolution 159 or 158 you're referring to?
Sorry, you're correct. It is 158. We're good. Well spotted.
Good.
Thank you.
Someone has read the report. Brilliant. Right, 158. Very good. Righto. So in terms of this section, there are items 8 to 12. Is someone prepared to move those resolutions? Move Councillor Mailing, seconded Councillor Hill. I was going to say all those in favour say aye, but a hand went up. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, so I don't support this. I think this is the fundamental problem to this long-term plan, is it's not financially sustainable, and many people have pointed it out. If you've read Federated Farmers, which I think is a pretty good summary from someone who is obviously armed to do the analysis, they make some very telling, perhaps even damning insights into the process that we've gone through. Their call is to reevaluate your costs. Effectively, what this long-term plan is doing is it's failed really to pull back on the costs. And so you're just steaming ahead, increasing rates and charges well above the inflation rate of 4%, well above the CPI, well above what will be the projected inflation rates. And one of the big drivers, again acknowledged by Federated Farmers, is your OPEX costs, which have considerably increased over the last 4 or 5 years, and which they also observed in that. And they also have concerns that basically what you're doing is you're not only increasing the rate substantially, you're also pushing out your debt. We increased debt not 3 years ago, not the last LTP, by 50 million, and we've consumed that as well as increased rates. This is all deferred rates increases that at some point will have to be paid back. As they pointed out, the debt cap is going up a whopping 75% plus. They say 79%. And that impact on net debt per household is increasing. I mean, we've had briefings, workshops at the very start of the year where we were pretty much given a pretty solid indication that debt per rateable unit is going up faster than our growth in rateable units. And they've obviously picked that up as well. And they're definitely uncomfortable with where we're forecasting debt to go. And it's telling that even Federated Farmers are urging council to review staffing levels. Now, I've been pushing this council from the very first day to review staffing levels, and it's disappointing to see that no one in this council has even supported that. So, and every time we've taken a vote, there's only been one hand myself. So it's really disappointing, and I think it's disappointing for the community to see that it's far easier for this council just to reach into their pockets rather than reflect the fact that, you know, the Waimea Dam has gone up $100 million and this council has just pretended it's not there and just increased the debt and therefore increased the service charges and isn't really addressing it. Hence why our debt is going up so fast and why the rates increases over the first 3 years are beyond 25%, maybe 28%. And if someone's paying $4,000 a year in rates, within 3 years, they're going to be paying $5,000 in rates. It's a $1,000 increase. And that's just unsustainable. And that's what a number of people in these submissions through the days that we heard orally, but also in written form, because not everyone submitted orally, has outlined to you. They are really suffering. And the community is also going to be probably experiencing more pain further down the track with escalating costs. They might be energy, there might be other factors. They will have a diminishing disposable income for. So surely our job is to make sure that things are affordable and to make those brave decisions. But I think what this council has done is not made those brave decisions. It's decided that it's brave to reach into the pockets of ratepayers substantially more than what it really should be doing.
Okay, thank you,
And so
Councillor Greening. I
can't
think you
support
have
these.
adequately got your point across, and you can exercise your vote when we get to voting on this section of resolutions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. I guess I just wanted to put a point of clarification out there that actually the FTEs was a concern around this table, and that the CEO did go and look at it and come back and review and reduce the numbers. So I think it's unfair for a councillor to say there was no interest from any of us, because actually that is not the truth of what I understood sitting in this room. Just want that noted. Thanks.
Well, can I just
Thank you, Councillor. No, Councillor Greening, this you've had, and I timed
well,
it.
you shut me down. I want to actually move a resolution.
Councillor Greening.
I wish to move a resolution on
Councillor
this.
Greening.
Yes.
If you just wait, you had your chance to speak. I gave you 4
you
minutes.
Shut me down.
I timed it.
Yes.
So
I didn't realise there was a time limit on speaking here.
Councillor Greening, you had your chance to speak. You had an opportunity to move. You didn't take it. I'm moving on to the next speaker.
So I'm indicating I wish to make a resolution. And
thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, can I just confirm, has this been moved, items 8 to 12? It has. Has it been seconded?
Yes, it's been moved by Councillor Manning, seconded by
Thank you very much. So, look, I think that we had 836 submissions were received. I do note actually towards the end of the report, there's a pie chart that identifies the locations that people indicated and where they come from and whether they submitted. That's very interesting reading because clearly Motueka and Wakefield top the list there. Not, for example, Richmond with its 20,000 population. Anyway, of the 836 submissions, we know that 73% actually supported the council's preferred option A, and certainly we accept that you know, for some people, things out there at the moment are tough. Totally acknowledge that. But I'm very happy to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Are there any other speakers? I'd just like to highlight the point that both previous speakers have made, in that there has been a lot of discussion about the costs, about debt, about staff numbers, and I think everyone has concerns. The challenge we have is it's very simple to simply just vote against everything and say no. Unfortunately, we're not in the luxurious position of that simple black and white conversation. Debt manifests itself in two ways. There's the debt you can see on our balance sheet, i.e. the $250 million or the going to $450 million over 10 years. The debt you don't see is the debt the community owes in undone maintenance, infrastructure that's not built. And if you look around the country, the bigger debt this country has is infrastructure it does not have, or infrastructure that is failing, or infrastructure that needs replacing, renewing, or upgrading. That debt dwarfs the debt that sits on people's balance sheet in dollar figures. And unfortunately, because everybody only looks at the debt on the balance sheet, that is why we're in the position that we're in. And it's useful that people like the rating agency don't just look at that figure. They also look at your asset management planning, the assets that you have. How are you planning to maintain them, upgrade them, replace them? So they look far more broadly at the debt that the community has. And when we're talking about owning assets, and this is the massive debate about Three Waters, people see them as assets that we own, but they're actually massive liabilities. They cost every day to run, to operate, to depreciate, to replace and repair. And so that is why, you know, those who support some different form of ownership would like to see them perhaps shift, because they don't necessarily see them as quite such wonderful assets. The biggest fundamental problem, however, is wherever you shift them to and whoever's responsible for it, the only people who pay are taxpayers and ratepayers. So, look, I don't think anyone, and certainly no one around this table, regardless of the final decisions we make on a rate increase, have not considered the cost on the community, the cost on individual ratepayers, and the impact on people's financial situation. We're all acutely aware of that. So, you know, as we go through the rest of this debate, no doubt in the individual sections and the specific discussions that we have, there'll be varying views. But I think collectively, it's unfair to characterise those who vote in support of things somehow caring less than those who vote against things. Councillor Hill, put your hand up, Councillor Greening.
Thank you. Very well articulated, Mayor Tim. You certainly speak for me when you speak that way. And the thing that I'll just add is that, you know, many people who have submitted and came and presented to us want more spent. They want more money. They've come saying, we'd like 100,000 a year for this and 50,000 a year for that. And but that's in the mix too. And I think that's, you know, it's not like people turn up and say, we'd like you to fund us less to help this situation. So, yeah, that's in the mix for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Greening.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the original LTP proposed a number of increases to existing staff numbers. Those staff numbers have been reduced. They certainly have not been removed. The has advocated a slower growth of staff, not a cap on it, not a reduction. In terms of the other comment about people wanting more money, people have come with requests of 100 and 200 and 400, but they certainly haven't supported the other requests. And therefore, I think you're confusing or compressing all of them together and thinking that they all agree with each other's requests. That's not the case at all. They're relying on us to determine what's the important requests so that overall it's affordable. Again, I'm going to push for the fact that I believe this council needs to reevaluate its staff numbers. They've grown substantially over the last 3 or 4 years. We've gone from 300 to well over 400, and the projection was to go even further. And even with a slow growth projection, you're still having more OPEX expenditure, which is an ongoing cost, not a one-off hit. And that's the real burden that the community is under at the moment. So I'd like to move that we reduce the OPEX costs of staff by $4 million, which is effectively around 50.
Is there a seconder? Your motion lapses for want of a seconder.
I thought so.
So I'll come back to the previous resolution. Does the mover wish to have a right of reply?
Just briefly, I've sat around long-term plans 1 or 2 times, probably 3 or 4 actually, and I've never found it an easy position for us to be in. There is always more things that we'd like to do than we can ever afford, or that ratepayers can afford. So and if you look at some other councils around the country, our infrastructure is in a much better position than some other places. And to move one of our infrastructure plants is somewhere north of $350 million. So that gives you an idea. That's the cost of Bells Island if you did it in today's dollars, because I've talked with our manager about that. So that gives you an indication of how much money we have tied up in infrastructure. And it didn't cost anything like that when it was built in the 1980s, but it's been upgraded since. But it's never easy. And these are tough choices that we have to make. And I think we've got the balance pretty right. And if you listen to our communities, they actually want some other things, but they're spreading it over a period of time. So that's why I supported this motion. I think we have done the hard yards to make some difficult decisions. And I know that this will be hard for parts of our community in particular, but we can't not maintain our infrastructure and we can't not do the jobs that we have to do. And we keep it to what's critical. And that's very important.
Thank you, Councillor Mailing. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Against.
No.
Yep, minuted, thank you.
Righto, we'll now break for a cup of tea. So 15 minutes, we'll start back at 11. So the next set of topics relates to transport. So there's a number of these broken into sections as well. So we'll go through section by section, and I'll hand over who's leading this conversation. Jamie, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to lead this conversation, and I'm happy to take all the material as read and just answer any questions.
Items 12 through 16 that relate to sealed road maintenance. So 13 through 16, so relating to sealed road maintenance. So open for comments, questions, feedback, moving and or seconding. Deputy Mayor Bryant, Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just what you don't want to happen. I'm happy to move and just ask Jamie a question around the number 16. That won't preclude anyone from make an application in years 2 or 3 if they so wish to open up an unmaintained road. Thank you.
Well, I guess we're asking for a general position, but there may always be exceptions to any position, and if there's a viable exception that needs to be considered, we would consider that at the time. Yeah.
Thank you. And then just relating to 15 for you, Mr. Mayor, we will maintain our level of funding at the same if it's NZTA decide they're going to reduce their 51, we just adjust theirs accordingly, or how's that going to work?
I would envisage similar to what we did last LTP, where once we have the figures of funding from NZTA, we would consider how that impacts our council and make a decision then.
Report back.
Yep.
For operations. Or full council.
Potentially, if there was a financial implication, it would need to come through the full council.
Thank you. I'm still happy to move.
Okay, move Deputy Mayor Brian. I'll get Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Greening, and then Councillor Butler.
Thanks very much. Just a process point to start with. I just wonder, it would be quite helpful when we come to the section with the resolutions, if we could just maybe get the staff to tell us the pages in the report that relates to, because you know, my annotations are in those pages. Anyway, just so just a couple of points. On page 121, para 7.6, we talk about the high cost for traffic management. And, you know, I guess it's fair to say that our community at large is really, you know, riled up actually about the costs of traffic management. I had someone telling me the other day actually that they very nearly saw an accident between a car and one of the utes that's actually on the side of the road, you know, before or after the mower. So it wasn't the mower that was going to cause the accident, it was actually the ute. Bit of an anecdote there. But, you know, what are our options to actually look at protecting the health and safety of the workers, but reduce the cost of traffic management?
I'll try and give a succinct answer. This is the exact subject of quite a shift in the way New Zealand is proposing to do traffic management. So the code of practice that has been used for about the last 20 years is being phased out, and a new guideline is being phased in. That's an active subject at the moment. We don't know how long it might take for the new guide to be phased in. There's a degree of risk management and such like that needs to be wrapped around that. So that's something the industry is working towards. It's being driven by risk-based assessments of the activities taking place, more than a tick box exercise. You have to have cones at the spacing. I can't give you an answer on when that might come into play, or actually how much savings that might drive within the sector. Those are still things to be determined.
Well, I look forward to when perhaps we understand, you know, the information comes out that we can look to cut back there. And then I've just got another question in relation to paragraph 715, talking about submitters requesting improvements at certain district locations. I am very mindful of the we had recently someone, a member of the public, talk in the public forum that what they were really looking for was just some of the drainage channels to be maintained. Those sorts of things, are they able to be accommodated within your existing budgets?
Well, through the mayor, they do connect to, you know, the decisions that the council will make regarding our investment in road maintenance. So, for example, if we can't afford to dig out all the drains that we want to dig out now under our existing budgets, what we've proposed is increased budgets that will better enable some of these things to be addressed. So while we've said they'll be dealt with the service requests, I guess with an increased level of funding, we can deal with more of those service requests.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just while we're on temporary traffic management, so what is our council's position in terms of when we contract or put in a contract, what is our expectation? Because my understanding is there is no reference in the health and safety legislation to temporary traffic management as a risk mitigation tool. Coptum is gone, and it was never a legislative requirement anyway. It was never law or legislation. NZTA have been really clear, it's gone. Coptum doesn't, there is no recommend, and it never was. So where do we sit? Have we effectively shifted to saying to the contractors, collectively as PCBUs, we just need to come up with an appropriate traffic management for the situation concerned? Or are we still wedded to some form of guideline documentation? Where do we sit now?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so Coptum is still the recognised industry standard, and the reason all road controlling authorities have been using it is because it's the only such standard and best practice guideline that exists. So under health and safety legislation, if you're not following it, you better have a darn good reason. So the new guide to temporary traffic management, which is the new risk-based guideline, is a work in progress. So it's being developed, it's currently being trialled, and will be written into some forthcoming NZTA contracts. So where that leaves Tasman is wanting to be a fast follower. We've been talking with our suppliers about the opportunities for trialling the new guide. The advice we've had is that the process of trialling it is very resource intensive, because to manage the risks, you need to be, have a number of people involved in the planning and the monitoring and the reporting back. And so we're leaving that up to the large road controlling authorities with the relatively large budgets to be able to look at that. And we want to follow on quickly behind that as learnings are gained and sort of we all get confidence that the risks are managed.
So that still doesn't quite answer the situation. So today, what are we requiring our contractors to do?
So that's still Coptum. Yeah, because to throw out Coptum would leave the council as a PCBU quite exposed.
I don't understand why. So NZTA, I'll read you the email. Coptum is not legislation, no legal obligation to follow it. NZTA is working to remove all references to Coptum from our contracts and intending to withdraw it from use within NZTA's environment as soon as possible. Councils as contracting client PCBUs and road controlling authorities need to make their own choices around this topic. Legislation that covers this health and safety at work simply requires that you work together to eliminate or minimise as far as reasonably practical, and it doesn't specify traffic management as a risk control. So I'm a little confused because like Councillor McKenzie, I get this all the time, everywhere I go, the cost, the complexity, the challenge that it presents. And I'm unclear why we're still requiring Coptum.
So the words that you read out from an email, I presume, were that NZTA intends to. So that's kind of the position of the industry, including ourselves. We intend to move from Coptum to the guide.
Okay, still not clear. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. So just following on, what's the process within council where that decision is made? Actually, this is how we're going to approach it now. Who makes a decision?
I think largely it's an operational decision. So I guess the council employs subject matter experts to provide advice on these sorts of matters. So that's, it's whether or not it needs to be a formal decision made at the governance level. I guess we'll need to come back and confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, Councillor McKenzie. Did you have further comments in relation to this topic? Well,
no, but thank you.
The sealed road maintenance in general.
Oh, God, thank you.
Councillor Greening.
Thanks. This part of the LTP I do support. I think the maintenance of existing roading and infrastructure is what we're all about, keeping the roads moving, just as I support library investment as well. Just reflecting on Jamie's earlier comment, I probably support being in the middle of the pack rather than leading, because that always involves an element of risk and probably higher costs. And I just want to close off with an observation about the Hope Bypass, which again, I hope we are proactively engaging with Waka Kotahi to ensure a well-designed solution. And certainly we've had a few over the last 10 years of me being here, a number of good designs offered by the community as well. I hope that Waka Kotahi is open to other options other than just building a massive flyover and cutting through certain areas.
So this does, it's not the council related project, so I'm not quite sure why.
Oh, I'm just noting it. It was noted in the resolution, Hope Bypass. So I'm just making that observation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Butler.
You. I'm happy to second. And I'd just like to ask about whether or not there's been any further update from the government about the GPS and the prioritising of funds for sealed road maintenance, because I understand that we can be pretty confident that we're going to get our 51% for sealed road maintenance, seeing it's a priority. Is that, or can we still be confident in that?
So we've had no, through the mayor, we've had no update. The previous information we've received is that we should be told of our indicative allocation sometime in May. So May's disappearing fast, so we hope that it's soon. And as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
Thank you. Any further comments around sealed road maintenance? If not, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So next up, we've got 17 to 23 pages references. Has anyone got that? So it's section 8, page 124. Okay, thank you. And this relates to public transport. Yep, Jamie. Or Bill.
So again, I guess we're happy to take it as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. So the resolutions contained up there. Questions, comments, feedback. Councillor Dakey, then Councillor Ellis.
Here we go. Happy to move. Just question on 21. We'll be starting a 12-month review of public transport services. I presume that's a review of the first 12 months rather than a review that takes 12 months. Is that?
It's definitely a review following the first 12 months. How long it might take to reach its conclusion, I guess, is unknown. It might find a number of things that take time to work through.
So just clarity around the wording. As long as everyone reading it understands that it's not a 12-month review, it's a review of the first 12 months. Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Can I just please, Jamie, have a clarification? Is the Nelson Tasman Community Transport Trust funding remaining in here? It says that we are maintaining existing services. Is that included in those existing services? I haven't been able to find it.
Short answer is yes. Yep.
And happy to second, thank you.
Councillor, has it been moved? Moved and seconded. Thank you. No, Councillor Ellis seconded it. Councillor Dakey moved. Councillor Mailing.
Jamie, I have a concern over resolution number 18, and we workshopped some of this yesterday, but if you look ahead and look at what the government has indicated, there's going to be reduced subsidy for public transport going forward. And if we try and expand the services or indicate we're going to expand those services fully to the weekend, that's going to be at quite a high cost to our ratepayers. Have you seen any indication or do you have any indication of what those extra costs would be to try and run those weekend services?
Through the Mayor, yes, this has been reported more fully to the Regional Transport Committee. The costs of expanding the Motueka and Wakefield services to run on the weekends is in the order of $400,000 per annum. And the assumption again would be that 51% of that would come from NZTA. Now, all indications are that NZTA has limited funding for public transport over the next 3 years, so it probably doesn't have a good chance of being funded. So that will need to roll into the review that kicks off in August, and more will be known about our level of funding then, so appropriate decisions can be made about the future services.
Hence why my concern with this resolution and having this in the resolution that we're going to expand to weekend services before we have that review, which will take, I would think, a couple of months to do, causes me some concern, because we may indicate that this is actually going to happen and the review might say, well, maybe it shouldn't.
I think the key thing with the LTP though is just having, and what year is it in? The starts year 3.
Yeah.
So there is 2 annual plans to go prior to that. And I get the caveat with all LTP decisions is that annually, at least, and project by project as well, they still need to stack up, go through the process, be confirmed through in this case, both Nelson and Tasman. And there may, as was discussed, maybe it's a Saturday, not a Sunday. It's maybe that fares change on the weekend to cover that. There's a whole range of options between doing it, not doing it, and doing it in a slightly different form than's been suggested. So I'm comfortable that what's contained in the resolution doesn't commit the council to it, but it just indicates that that is currently our proposal.
I mean, if I just add, if it's not in there, there is no prospect of getting NZTA funding. But if you don't get NZTA funding, you're not committed to it.
That's a better way of putting what I just said. Well done, Dwayne. Thank you very much. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I certainly support my Richmond colleagues moving and seconding these resolutions. Public transport is very important for Richmond, and no doubt if the service expands to Motueka and Wakefield, the pickup may continue. I merely suggest to the mover and seconder, if the concerns of Mr. Mailing have been expressed in the way that he has, and noting that there is a network review, perhaps for clarity you could insert the word may expand if you need that clarity, although I think the discussion which has been recorded does clarify that, but I'll leave that to the mover and seconder if they want to indulge in that minor modification. Otherwise, again, I'm happy to support what's been moved by my Richmond colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further comments? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. So still on transport, walking and cycling. Yep. So 2.3, 24 to 27 follows through on the same page as I presume.
Or yeah, starting page 127. Yep. So again, we'll happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, thank you. The planned Great Taste Trail from Holt Valley to Wadey Domain, I just want to check that we have assumed in the LTP that 50% of the funding will come from somewhere other than ratepayers. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. We've assumed that we would get central government funding.
Councillor Butler.
I'm happy to move. I've just got one question for clarification. The request that speed reductions are used instead of making separate cycleways. That seems to be a theme that is around quite a lot. And certainly in Tākaka and Commercial Street, that's part of the active transport strategy. Is there a chance that, I know it's not to do with this actual LTP, but is there a chance that there may be more of that solution provided instead of the more expensive cycleways, that actually we reduce speed to 30k instead and not have to remove parking?
So through the mayor, it's potentially more of a speed management plan question around, where speed limits might land in different types of roads. And again, that's also like a long-term thing. We're not proposing to do any particular expensive cycleways in the LTP. So it's a bit of a moot point. Although the walking and cycling strategy that the council have adopted kind of envisaged horses for courses. So neighbourhood residential streets would not have separated cycle lanes. They would have, cars and cyclists sharing that road. But on the higher volume, sort of more arterial functioning roads, it's appropriate to have a separated cycle lane. So I'm not sure the LTP considered horses at all. But whether it was for courses or not, Jamie, but we did have some requests about horses. So,
the horse trail.
Perhaps when we get to that, the horses for courses might come into it. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to the topic we're talking about currently, pedestrians and cyclists. Just in relation to Wensley Road, which has been opened up in a couple of days, is that for the benefit of motorists or pedestrians and cyclists?
So that's it's an example of the 30km/h thing in practice. So you can't just put up a sign that says 30 and expect drivers to drive at 30. We actually tried that on Wensley Road during COVID, when there were lots of people out walking in big groups to separate themselves from each other. And so the 30 temporary signs went up. I've said this story before, but when the temporary 30 signs went up, traffic speeds increased, sort of from 51 to 52 km/h. So it's an interesting trial of what it takes in practice to get vehicles to that speed.
So I'm just having each year I'm getting asked a question, so I'll ask it for them. Is it complete, or is there still more work to do? And what I'm thinking is that we may well have got a lot more submissions around it if this road had been completed when we had the submissions open. That is a really busy road to do that to, in my opinion.
Through the chair, well, I mean, this is part of the Streets for People try things and see at low cost. So we will see.
I think it is part of also keeping it as a two-way road, because there was a number of options floated by various people over time that were different to what's been undertaken. I would, and I know I'm digressing, which I shouldn't, but I have observed going there a couple of times, the cushions, people just dodge them using the cycleway. So I drove up there the other day. Everyone I was following, they got to the cushions, no one in the cycleway, so they just went in the cycleway, which kind of doesn't necessarily work as intended, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, there was a cyclist when I came, so I had to drive over.
There's some additional work happening to deal with that issue.
Okay, right. All right. That was just an interesting observation. All right. Thank you. Any further on walking and cycling? Councillor Mayling?
Yeah, I just hope that they're going to be painted so that they stand out more, because I know that at least one person in this room has probably hit them at speed.
Well, not more than 50, obviously.
No, not more than 50, but you don't see them, because unless they painting.
They must be going to be painted, surely. They're not going to be left black.
Yeah.
They have been painted.
Oh, there you go. Righto. Is there a seconder for the, so it's been moved, councillor Butler. Is there a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. So now we have some out of order topics, only two of them, 84 and 85, because they relate to transport other. So they're up there. I'm not sure which pages they refer to, but it's probably the same group of pages. So other related comments and suggestions submitted, agrees not to make further changes to the program as a result.
So this is there's a couple of, starting at the bottom of page 129, moving into page 130. Just a number of matters that I'm happy to take questions on.
Okay, thank you. Are there any, Councillor Mackenzie?
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the issue of horse riding, we did have a number of submitters. So, you know, the report kind of does indicate that we might help and where to get access. So we do want to be proactive in that area. I think that clearly to me that horses aren't that compatible on with bikers, cyclists, except the fact that lots of other forestry roads are locked up and people can't get there. But where there are opportunities, we're going to help facilitate access.
Through the mayor, yeah, that's basically what staff are saying. Yep, it's may or may not be a transportation activity issue, more of a how council wants to manage its forestry or other recreational areas.
Yeah, exactly. So I presume that's picked up again through the other conversations in other parts of the, as well as transportation. Yeah, thank you. Mike, Councillor Kinnemont.
So did I hear you correct? If the horse fraternity want to talk more about where they can take their horses, they talk to you?
Yeah, yes, Jamie.
I'm happy to refer it to the appropriate department. Horses are a valid road user, so they can use the roads if they would so wish.
Yeah, ironically, they can use the roads. They just can't use the cycleways, the walkways, and all the other. So there is a kind of weird irony, I guess, in that. But I think the key point is between transportation, parks and reserves, forestry management, the indication through the reports to us is that we're open to having those conversations and trying to identify opportunities is the key point. Okay, anything further? Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. But horses can go on beaches because they're roads. There's no limit around that.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Where there is a road on the beachfront, because at Rabbit Island, for example, I think horses are to the right hand end if you're facing the sea. I'm not sure if there is road along the front. If there is, then technically they can ride on the road reserve, wherever it exists, as Jamie says. Okay, anything further? I'll put the resolution, or there was a move, Councillor Butler. Oh no, sorry, there isn't these. So for these two particular items, Councillor Mailing, Councillor Dowler, those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Change of topic. John, Anna, welcome. So climate change and resilience, choice 3. So these topics cover recommendations 28 to 37. So I'll come across Barbara, welcome. Anna, Barbara, I'll come over to you to introduce, add anything or be open for questions.
Thank you. So as per the other topics, I take it as read and we're happy to answer questions, but just noting there are quite a few specific funding requests that have come through here that we've asked you to either agree or decline. They agree one relates to Warmer Healthier Homes Trust, and the decline ones are all the other ones. In the report, the discussion on climate change, choice 3, is from paragraphs 10.1 onwards. Not sure if we have the same page numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So open for questions, comments, and or moving and seconding. Councillor Hill, then Councillor Mayling.
Thank you, Mita. Thank you. Just in terms of the climatorium, it's a big idea, isn't it? It's a dream it would be for some, I think. And I'm just thinking about this little $30,000 that we're to me, it just seems to be sitting there, and I wonder how long it's been sitting there, and if there's been any that we know of any further development or progress in terms of the parties who are particularly invested in the idea. You know, where are things at with this climatorium idea?
Through the mayor, I'll talk to the budget question and then pass on to Barbara for the question around the progress on the climatorium. So the reason that $30,000 is there is that we started getting indications that the council was going to have in my team an operating deficit higher than a planned earlier in the year. So I started pulling back on expenditure. So effectively, in the budget that relates to climate change, all else being equal, by the end of the year, there'll be $30,000 left in that particular budget. So when this request came through, instead of adding new money to the kitty, we said, well, maybe the council wants to make a call on deploying that remaining budget for this particular project. I'll pass on to Barbara to talk about the progress on the climatorium.
Yes, through the chair. So the progress on the climatorium is, as we know, it's Wakatu Incorporated is behind, has been behind the idea of the creation of a climatorium in New Zealand, following the climatorium that was developed in Denmark. And Nelson City Council a few years back signed a collaboration agreement with Wakatu Incorporated. And a number of other entities, including government entities, the Ministry for MPI and the Ministry for Business, Innovation and Enterprise is, as we're talking, in continuous discussion with Wakatu Incorporated to further the from a concept to a reality. The initiative itself has a very strong political backing as well from the European Union. And so hence the reason why we suggested to try for us to be part of a couple of parties agreement to provide an expression of interest, a grant, to apply to a grant in order to try to tap into more substantial funding within the European Union. And the concept has incredible merit. It's not just a center. It's a place where we could, in equitable type of collaboration and partnership mode, we could actually exchange technologies, know-how from Europe to New Zealand and from New Zealand to Europe, tapping on one of the biggest resources that we have, which is our iwi unique angle and Maori angle that we have. So we could be telling a very prominent type of story. The climatorium will be linked to a number of existing initiatives that are happening at the moment throughout New Zealand, platform where different sectors come in, interact, and actually, if the partnership and the collaboration is designed mutually beneficial for all the partners, it could actually have a very substantial commercial type of outcome.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of follow-up points about it. So, did Nelson City Council, have they got some money set aside for the same purpose of contributing towards something that will contribute towards an application for something?
That's well summarised. Well summarised.
Well summarized or something. Yeah, I actually don't have a response for that one, but I can find out. Yeah. I know that they signed a collaboration agreement, and so that it's the beginning of the discussions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining that this is, should this come off, the monies involved will be enormous amounts of money, a lot of money, a lot of high level in our little $30,000 here. I'm just aware of it sitting there waiting for something else to happen to sort of snap it all in. And I wonder whether we have a better use of it now. And in the future, if we hear that actually some others are contributing towards that something, then I'm sure we can, contribute then. But I just have an idea that there'll be groups in the community that would love to use $30,000 to make some benefit in this area. So I'm not so supportive of it sitting there waiting is my sense of it. I'm getting a thumbs up from Councillor Walker, so that means something.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. So I've got Councillor Manley and then Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, I can't say I'm supportive of the climatorium project, but what I am supportive of is item 30 in terms of the warmer, healthier homes. I've been and seen what this does in our community to some very low-cost housing. And I think we get about $8 worth of work for every dollar we put in, roughly. So this really helps our low-income people that have got a colder home, and it makes a big difference. And I think that this bit of money that we put in, and we will be coming to the end of this project. There might be 1 or 2 more years after this, 3 years, because we've done a number of them, but there's a bit more to do. So I know it's another 20,000 for the ratepayers, and the people that will be paying rates for this are actually and getting a benefit, some of our lower income people. So I see it as being a very worthwhile project, and I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie.
Yep, thank you very much through the chair. With respect to resolution 31, I don't support it either. I think there potentially is a grand idea there in terms of a climatorium, but the idea of carrying forward 30,000 unspent from the current financial year when the council's actually going to have a deficit that we need to fund, and we're not going to be able to pay the deficit off over a number of years, seems crazy to me that we would isolate this one small amount and use it for something specific. So I don't support that. I certainly do support the warmer, healthier homes contribution, and I also note the Mission Zero work. I would like to support that, but I note later in the report it does talk about that in our feedback to them, we would encourage them to apply for a grant. So I think it's important for that message to get back to the submitter on that. Thank you.
Just before I go to this, I've got Councillor Dakey, then Councillor Kinnemont. So just a number of people have talked about the $30,000. And I get the sense that there's not a great deal of enthusiasm for using it for that purpose. Is the intent that then just becomes $30,000 that we offset, or are people looking to, for example, in terms of the warmer, healthier homes, shifting that to a different figure? So what is the? Oh, okay, so okay, I'll come to Councillor Dakey.
So for the reasons stated, I can't support 31 either. But I would support the 30,000 being moved to number 35, which is the projects for the Waimea Inlet, which are also actually climate related. So that would be my recommendation, that we move the 30,000 to that for funding those 9 projects climate related in there.
So should you like to move a resolution that may include, it may just include that, or it may be all of these with the alteration that you've just suggested, that's over to you, if you'd like to take that opportunity.
Well, I guess I'll put the floor open to anyone's comments on what I've said, if they have any other uses for the money first, as such.
Someone else might move a resolution. You move. Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you. And that was going to be one of the comments I was going to make, that and I agree with Councillor Dakey that we should be supporting the Waimea Action Group, and that I don't think the $30,000, and I haven't got information directly on with me, is sufficient to cover all their actions. We should be supporting them, not declining. And if the council is leading this group, then we shouldn't be coming to the council and say we're declining any funding for them. So I think we should be supporting councillor Dakey and making sure that anything from the action plan is approved by us, not declined.
So again, that's slightly different from what councillor Dakey is suggesting. So councillor Dakey is suggesting the use of the $30,000. I don't know what the total cost of all the unfunded actions, and it's potentially substantially more than $30,000. Anna, do you have a figure?
Yeah, we did discuss the other day one of the actions in particular, which was putting holes through the causeway out to Motoroa Rabbit Island. And as a group, the Waimea Inlet group was talking about potentially taking the action off because it might cost millions of dollars, for instance. So that's one example, a very high one. And whereas there's another one that's only $5,000. So it's
so I think in terms of the difference, so councillor Kinnamont's intention might add up to millions, whereas councillor Dakey's suggestion is 30,000, which may seem more achievable. I've got councillor Hill and then councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the warmer, healthier homes, I just think warm homes first, probably. Just wondering, they asked for 60,000. Is that the total of how much they asked for?
You're correct. They asked for 20 per year for the first 3 years.
And possibly that relates to what they can manage, maybe in terms of.
Through the chair, my suspicion is they're asking for that amount of money because they think that would be within council's budgets.
Yeah.
Certainly in the past, because this program runs across Te Tau Ihu, that other councils have provided higher amounts per financial year.
We have.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Butler.
I actually would like to support the Businesses for Climate Action Trust. That just, I knew, yeah, that's just to bring something else in, but I do appreciate that if that's not supported around the table, then my second choice would be to add it to the warmer, healthier homes.
Okay, well, someone needs to move a resolution because at the moment, okay, councillor Mackenzie, too late, you had your chance.
Well, I just
Councillor Mackenzie's next in line.
There's one point I just want to restate. Maybe I didn't make it clearly enough, and I might ask Matt if he would like to comment. But we've got to remember this 30,000 doesn't actually exist because it's a surplus in one activity in the current financial year, offset against very many deficits. It doesn't actually exist. So we should remember that. So I don't support reallocating the 30,000 in any way, shape or form.
Okay, so I presume that it has been suggested in here. Oh, you can move. I mean, like I say, I'm waiting for someone to move something. Various people have had a chance to talk to it, but not moved anything. So, Matt, can you just clarify the fact that it's in this recommendation in terms of utilising the 30,000, so it must exist. I take the point that it is a surplus from the previous year, but in terms of the budget we're considering and the 11.5%, does it exist or not?
Yeah, it's not part of the 11.5% at the moment. So essentially, that $30,000 would be a surplus this year in that little part of the world of the TDC. So if we used that, there would be no effect. However, if we didn't use it, I could actually reduce how much we're using to pay off the deficits in the long-term plan.
So that is the point that Councillor Mackenzie's made.
So it could be real.
So again, Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the resolution with the amendment to 31 is declining the funding as it is throughout the rest of it.
Okay, moved Councillor Maru. Is there a seconder? So effectively, he's removed the 31, decline, no other alterations. Seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Any further comment? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So for those of you who may have followed that, if you want the opportunity to have something, then take your opportunity when you speak to move something.
Yes. Otherwise you might not.
Righto. Next section. 74-75. So this is out of order, but it relates to climate action and response, etc. So the two items, 74, 75 up there. Page 154.
So at the moment, Barbara and I are still working through all this feedback that we've received on this plan, and we're hoping to have a marked up version to you sometime within the next few days. And if there's time after deliberations, we're happy to work with you to talk you through what our proposed units are prior to, because the timeline for it is for the plan to be adopted straight after the LGP on the 27th of June.
Okay, so the financial implications of that plan are contained in the previous.
Yes.
And this is the plan itself.
Yes.
So no financial implications.
Well, only by what we've previously discussed. Yeah.
Yeah, other than what we've previously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Someone move. Move Councillor Butler, seconded Councillor Mailing. Any comments? All of those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. So choice 4. I expect Councillor Greening will move these ones. 38 through 41.
What was the page number, sorry?
138. So there are 4 items, 38 through 41. Grant, Rob, over to you. Anything you'd like to add to what has been included in the agenda? Or obviously be available for questions.
Oh, happy to take questions. Thanks.
Okay, so everyone clear? 4 items. I expect this will involve some conversation, but perhaps not. Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hill, Councillor
Mailing. 38 to 41. I'm happy to move the resolution. And I think that we've had quite a lot of submission to us around the need for these facilities. They're the heart of our settlements, and it's our job to provide them. And I'll leave it there.
So move Councillor Hill. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Maru. Other speakers I have Councillor Mailing, Councillor Mackenzie and Deputy Mayor Bryant and Councillor Maru. And Councillor Ellis. Mailing.
Well, I'm supportive of this, but what I note is that each of the communities will have substantial fundraising to do, and that will affect the timing. And I asked the question of the submitters from Murchison, and they indicated they wanted to move it forward, but they didn't say to 25, 26. The answer that I recall was 27, 28. So they were concerned that it was going to be out right at the end of the 10 years, and it's one of our smaller projects, and that is a community that has a track record for being able to raise this money. And my view is that if they raise that money on time, we should let them build the project earlier. I know that might have an impact on debt, the timing of the debt, but they weren't asking to go to 25, 26 when they submitted verbally, because I specifically asked their chair that question. And having attended long-term plan meetings with the deputy mayor down there, it is a community that is hugely engaged and has this very good track record. So I have no doubt that they will raise their money, and I don't think they want to do it in 25, 26.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Oh, thank you very much. Look, I'm hugely supportive of this resolution. I think that we have heard from communities across the district that they want investment in their communities and community facilities. And I think that each of the ones that we're planning for over the 10 years are deserving. And I've got full confidence that the communities will be able to step up and do their fundraising. I would like to just briefly mention the Tapawera Hub project. We're obviously aware that there were some submissions made that spoke, maybe to be clear, they weren't not in favour of a Tapawera community hub. The wording in the petition, for example, was more around they wanted more information and sharing of costs. So I think that that's something that can easily be worked through. I would like perhaps to ask one question though of the council staff in relation to Tapawera. Think that with some of the other facilities proposed, we're looking to have something constructed on land which is currently owned by the council and in many cases is already designated a reserve. In Tapawera, it's quite a different situation where the proposed site is actually on land which is currently owned by the community. And I think that in some respects, some of the feeling in the community might be that they're going to lose something which is currently owned by them. So my question would be, is there a way that we can actually assess the value of the land that the council could end up owning as being part of the community contribution towards the project?
Yeah, so we've talked about this prior, and there's nothing in our policy that really considers that. I would put it over to council to make that decision as to whether or not they wish to bring that to the equation.
All right, so there's nothing that would preclude that from happening.
So if I can just say, I think it'd be really key though that we had an independent valuation on that land value.
No, that's great. Just to confirm that, because I think that will go a long way to actually help the community understand what they're getting and not losing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In terms of people's general, on that particular topic, is there general openness to the idea that the land transfer, should it go from the current ownership to the council, could form part of the contribution? So I'm not going to try to determine it now or finalise it. I'm just
No. You're trying to test community support.
You're on the list. You're on the list.
Funds.
Yep. So I'm getting kind of, but currently the policy doesn't preclude it. If there is going to be a discussion about it, it has to be a subsequent conversation, but I guess it's just noted as part of the discussion. Right, thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Just to clarify the point earlier, the Murchison Stage 2 request was for years 26, 27. So not 25, 26, but not 27, 28 either, but 26, 27. Clarity. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor McKenzie, I'm fully supportive of this and the recommendations. I think these communities, particularly Tapawera and Wakefield, have been waiting some time for newer and improved facilities and have been working towards that quite constructively. What we do need to consider is that new facilities for communities are the one thing that they do see and use on a regular basis. So many of the things we do are underground, unseen. We spend a huge amount of money on underground assets, particularly in all communities, benefit the community, but get very little social value out of them or community value. And there are real assets really like these bring communities together. We've only got to look at those that we have done, like the Late Rotorua Hall in 2004, Murchison Sports Centre in 2007, and the list goes on, Mootry and Golden Bay Rec facility. It's all been a game changer for those communities. And in Tapawera, we're in the fortunate position of already having a fair proportion of the community fundraising indicated in support, which makes it much easier for probably the lowest socioeconomic community in the district to raise the balance one way or another. I'm fully confident they can do that, even in tough economic times. Just in relation to the Murchison Sports Rec and Cultural Centre, I don't think they'll mind which year it is, if it's 26, 27, 27, 28, as long as it's not out in the last 3 years of the 10-year plan. That was their concern. We've seen with the pump track their ability, I think I've noted this somewhere else, 220 odd thousand contribution from the Better Off funding, project managed by council. The community in that case didn't have to put in any money in, but chose to put 33,000 in cash and kind into that facility to get it over the line and to allow more funding for a new playground at the sports centre as well. So they'll have the new playground hopefully with 1 or 2 years. But the other thing to note there is already, and they've had to turn away multiple bookings where they've been double booked on many days. I think the last report we had had been 46 days when they'd had to cancel bookings because of double booking. So it's becoming quite an issue. And there's a real demand, as we've seen in other communities, for a gym. So, and that can be quite a good income earning facility asset for communities, as we've seen at Mootree and Brightwater. So fully supportive of the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
When you say fully supportive of the resolution, I want to be very clear. What year is the resolution got the Murchison Stage 2 in? 100%. It's outside. It is in the last 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you support that resolution,
I do want to change that. Then
I did wonder.
Yeah.
So do we have a mover and a seconder? So yeah, Councillor Hill was moved. So you would have to amend, should you wish to, but you can think about that while we go through. So who I've got to speak. I've got Councillor Murray, Councillor Ellis, Councillor Green, and Councillor Kinnamoth, and Councillor Walker.
Rob's indicating.
Rob, did you want to? No.
Sorry. I think you had your finger up.
Could you just confirm the year? Could you just confirm the year it's currently scheduled for the Murchison Stage 2? Well, you can do it in 5 seconds or 5 minutes. Doesn't need to be exactly now. So next up is Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So firstly, obviously support this wholeheartedly, and I absolutely understand that we're going to get some comments at the moment about community can't afford this, community don't want that, and certainly let me acknowledge from a Motueka point, I probably had 5 to 6 people absolutely tell me that they can't afford a pool in Motueka and don't want it to proceed, and are absolutely concerned about their rates. But overwhelmingly, the rest of the ward and in the graphs, as you can see, across the region for Motueka, the support has been absolutely amazing. So I absolutely accept that the likes of some of the submissions that I've read in here and had from people don't want any facilities because of the cost implications. The benefit that comes from them, though, will be enjoyed by the people that also oppose using those facilities. And the other things that are used most when things get tough, whether it's a community hall, a community facility, a skate park, or a pool. So absolutely in support of that. And it would be absolutely reminiscent as a Motueka Ward Council not acknowledge the other councillors around this table and the use of the RFCs and the support for that. And so I'm just going to naughtily float that in terms of where we sit, the budget lines between Wakefield, Brightwater and Motueka Pool are similar. And maybe there's some shuffled annual plan time depending on where the community fundraising is for each of those projects. But also recognising within here, not only are we asking council for a lot of money, we are expecting a lot of external investment from our funders. And so I'm a little bit nervous if it's not out in the last 3 years, a long-term plan moving another one forward, because we are asking Lottery, Rata, Pub Charity, New Zealand Community Trust, and every other funder to invest in what is the most important at this time. And for me, the facilities we've landed on are those 4 most important. So I'm happy. I'm happy for that. But
Councillor Ellis. Councillor Green.
Yeah, I'm left to oppose it. The general feedback from the community has regularly been a message of infrastructure first and nice to have second. The reality is the Waimea Dam is blown out by well over 100 million. And council's solution is to build new facilities, increasing not only capex and debt costs, but unbudgeted future operational and maintenance costs that will arise from these facilities. Many who supported this thought their rates would go up by only a small amount and therefore it was affordable. But as indicated earlier, this LTP over the first 3 years is going to increase rates by up to 25 to 28%. And that's unaffordable for many out there. In the absence of reducing OPEX costs by the suggested 40 million that I proposed earlier to fund these facilities, I'm left to oppose these resolutions on the basis of rates and debt affordability. So I'll be opposing these resolutions.
Thank you, Councillor Greene. Councillor Kinnermont.
No, I withdraw that question.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, I totally agree. The community is worried about infrastructure. They also are worried about not just infrastructure in the ground, but the social infrastructure of our community. And I guess that's where my lens comes from. And I note the pie charts that we have, which clearly state the community has given us a clear steer on where they sit with new facilities. I also understand there is a concern about how they're going to pay for some of these. But we've had an indication from our communities that they are going to fundraise. And as Councillor Murray has said, there are other big entities out there who are behind our community supporting. So I certainly agree with voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Are there any further speakers?
I'd just like to move it again if I could, Mr. Mayor.
You may.
To bring the Murchison Sports Centre forward to year 27-28.
So agrees with
That's correct.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Mayo. So we are now considering the amendment. Question, Councillor Hill.
Just to check, so Murchison is currently in which years?
Did we find that out?
So it's currently in year 8.
Yeah, got a flag at the back.
That flag. So it's year 8, which is 20, what actual years?
31, 32. Yeah, 31, 32. 2031, 32.
31, 32.
Yeah, very small amount in that first year. It's sort of feasibility, well, whatever, very small cost. Big cost this year too, the second and third year of the actual planned spend of the $4.5 million.
So effectively it is the last 3 years of the 10-year
Yes,
plan.
last 3 years.
To all intents and purposes.
So if I may speak to that.
You may speak to the resolution, as you are the mover.
Just in light of what Matt's just said, I imagine it would be the same in 27-28. It would be a small amount in that, which is the last year of this first 3 years. And then the main money would be in the following 3 years. So it would be revised for the next long-term plan, and it'd be a couple of annual plans, which will give the community an opportunity to fundraise and spread it a little bit from for the funders. As we heard from Councillor Walker, there'll be quite a demand on those funders in the first 2 years of the this long-term plan. So it does two things: gives the community a little bit longer, and also eases the burden on funders. So as I alluded to earlier when I spoke, the community, I'm fully confident they can, and they've always raised their share relatively quickly previously for anything, well, when they built their building originally.
So just for clarity, what you're moving is that not the whole funding is brought forward into 27-28, but that the project effectively, instead of starting in 31 and going 31, 32, 33, it goes 27, 28, 29.
Correct.
Just so everyone's clear.
Yeah. Just spreads the load. Do we need that?
That will need to be made clear should we go further.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 27, 28, and then 28, 29.
That's currently spread over 3 years. Small amount in year one, balance spread over 2 years. That's still the intention, just the whole 3 years is being suggested being brought forward. So we're all clear. Other feedback? That's been seconded by Councillor Mailing.
Thank you.
Question was asked by Councillor Hill. Implications. Again, I know off the top of head this is not entirely straightforward, but
implications, obviously higher debt, 3 or 4 years earlier. So in terms of the phasing of the debt, there's a timing thing where you get more debt in the year where you start spending it. And obviously the rate implications as well. You as was pointed out yesterday, in terms of the rates across the 10 years, it certainly falls away in the back 5. This is still occurring in those back 4 or 5 years. So minimal, but nevertheless, it does.
Minimal depend. So I can't remember the split because we had all those splits. So RFCs are contributing to this project as well as the others, or is it all in the community facilities rate?
No, RFCs are definitely contributing, community contribution. So loans is a reasonably small portion of it.
Really, reasonably small proportion. Okay, so again, so we're all clear. My perspective is there will be a trade-off which may or may not be neutral, but if you build it 5 years earlier, it's almost bound to be less expensive than 5 years later, given the scale, the size of the and the funding being from RFCs. Chances are financially it's not going to be dramatically different. I think the key point is the one that Councillor Murray raised earlier, is that having these in a sequence whereby, and again, I don't know exactly where the other 2 projects fit in terms of start, finish, but that the other funders, I think that's almost more important in this conversation than the exact impact on our debts and rates, which is going to be in the margins in any event. So from my perspective, I'm reasonably comfortable with the amendment, but I do think we have to consciously think about those other funders' ability or willingness to fund multiple projects over a short period of time. All right, so other speakers. Oh, sorry, Matt.
Yeah, sorry. Just to touch on it, we've got a dynamic net debt cap, as you're aware. Yesterday we had a discussion about increasing that to 160% because it touches on it right the way through. So even something as small as this may cause us issues, and I really don't know until I know. So it's sort of one I'll need to come back to you tomorrow with what that may do.
No, good point. So should this be passed, there are obviously consequences that need to be thought through. Other speakers in relation to the amendment?
No need for me to
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I absolutely feel for Murchison, who've got a fantastic facility. But for me, every other one is at feasibility stage. It's in the long-term plan. There'll be another long-term plan process before that date hits. So I think I'm still happy with where we are. So I'll be voting against the amendment.
Good as gold. All right, unless people feel the need to speak further, I'll put the amendment so everyone's clear what it is. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Oh dear. Against?
Against.
Show of hands. Those in favour, oh, no. Don't rush, don't rush. Those in favour.
I thought you'd change your mind, Brett.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. So resolution is passed 9-4. Okay, thank you. So in terms of the back, so the original resolution is now amended. The mover and seconder, so Anne has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion around the substantive resolution? If not, I'll put this right of reply. Yep.
Thank you, Ned. These aren't nice to haves, let's be clear about that. And I think living in a town the size of Richmond or a town the size of something bigger, you know, it's a very different experience, and particularly around where you go and what you do and how you do it and when you do it. Very, very different ways of living. And in our settlements, as I like to call them, these can be and often are the heart of the activities that happen, which are so wide ranging. And that thing about build it and they'll come, it is a bit like that. So once something, I mean, the need's there already, but once they're there, the extra things that come as a result of having built it, and these buildings are alive with activity and projects and things, it really adds a whole other level of perhaps wasn't anticipated necessarily. So I've no doubt about that. I've been involved in a big project at home, $8 million hospital build over there, and I know that what you need is very committed people with a vision for it, and who'll really get in and drive it. It's an essential aspect of it. And what I see with particularly Waimea South and Motueka is that there's some momentum, particularly Waimea South. There's clearly a very well organised group of people there that are functional and making things happen, and all projects need that, or they just won't come away. Some nice momentum happening with Motueka in terms of the land purchase, and a handy little check just got passed over us there the other day. Agree with the idea around the social infrastructure, and they are essential in terms of when we have some big crises, climate crises or whatever storm events happen. These are completely essential. So very happy to have moved, and good luck to those groups involved in bringing these about alongside council should the resolution pass.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Against,
Carried.
reported, please.
Thank you. Right, so next up, in terms of, it's a slightly out of order, in terms of the revenue and financing policy in relation to the XY rates and the UAGC, items 46 through 49. Now we're getting the hang of the page thing. Brilliant. Okay, right. Welcome. Who's leading? Okay. Oh yeah, finger pointing. Brilliant. So again, over to you. If you want to add anything to the to what's been written, feel free to do so. Otherwise, if you're available for questions, we'll take it that way. So
through the chair, I will take it as read. I think we're on page 52. Open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Open for questions. Oh, so everyone, the air's been sucked out of the room.
Yeah.
Now that we've done the community facilities thing, it's all a little more mundane. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
I'm just mindful. I'm reading the comment about submitters submitting with their property, the height above the river, etc. And I do recall someone left us with I looked it up on property while they were talking in their property, and I mean, when I looked at it, I wasn't even sure there was a river there, but we've analysed all of those pieces of information and we are confident in our approach.
Through the chair, you'll get a response to that submission in particular in the additional papers that are going to be addressed later. But in a general sense, rating layers are a relatively blunt tool. And there's in a
it's really hard to define the exact layer for the beneficiary base, and it's not just based on height, because remember, our communities live adjacent to these rivers. They cross the bridges. They, want their properties to be clear. So it's hard to say the exact benefit for an exact person is right. When we looked at it, generally we adjusted the boundaries to a property boundary, a road, a terrace scarp, trying to make objective as possible decisions about where that line goes. So the particular submission, I'm sure it could be more accurate, but it's one of many, many hundreds. And in order to make it an effective layer, it's not going to be a zigzag all the way up and down every river. So the concept is that those that are adjacent to the rivers pay a higher proportion. And last thing I'll say is, remember, the decision to change from a land base to a capital base was that the beneficiary who gains most also pays most.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the complexities of it. I guess all I'm thinking about is that if I was impacted, which I'm not, but if I was, and there was never in a million years that I crossed the river or got any benefit from or would ever be impacted from, I could see a case where you would think, oh, really? I mean, is that fair?
That's rates. It's not fair by definition. I mean, literally, there will be hundreds of properties in the XY rating layer who their boundary touches, their benefit compared to someone with a kilometre of boundary is going to be fundamentally different. Those with hops versus pasture, those with $1 million house versus a shack. You could go forever in terms of the complexity of trying to make it fair. Never going to be. It's just the blunt tool of rating and rating areas, like the zone of benefit thing for the dam that was raised by submitters. Wherever you draw a line, however you try and connect the benefit, there will be a never-ending list of debates on the margins as to who benefits by how much and in what way. So I completely accept the submitters' concerns, understand them, but I'm just not sure there's a solution that's actually pragmatic.
All right, thank you. If I could just make one other really value-added comment. Could we get a system where we don't refer to them as X, Y, and Z rates and actually give them a name? Because it's so meaningless to people to try to understand it.
I think it perfectly reflects it's a bit of a mystery.
It's been in place for a long time.
Yeah, and we have considered in the past. In fact, I think even in the last LTP, maybe even in the early conversation of this one, we were brought a conversation about reviewing the entire river rating system. Let's see if we can unravel all the complexity and come up with a fairer and better system. And I think our decision was money, time, resources. How much better can you make it? Open question, and we haven't chosen to proceed with that option. So it remains an option for the council to do in the future. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of free questions from myself and a comment, if I may. Just in relation to the X and Y rates, I understand that most landowners had a letter that some found a little challenging to understand. We do have X and Y on ours, and we never actually got a letter, and I actually have asked David for a copy of it. But have you had many people looking to clarify what you're meaning by this? Because I think people have found it, as I say, challenging to understand.
It's going to be a combined answer. So I was responsible for doing the letters, and we only sent letters to those that were having a change in their rating situation. So if they were in Z, were moving to Y, or they were a split rate and that was changing, to send letters to absolutely everybody. Well, everybody receives a river rate. It would have been massive, but I'll let Rob talk to how many people actually came back and asked for clarification. I know we only had a handful through the rates box.
So just for clarification, where someone was changing from land value to capital value,
Because that is only the X and Y ratepayers. It's not.
No, so we only notified if they were actually changing their property, because we changed the boundaries. We only notified those people that were actually changing river rating. So we didn't actually, because
yeah, so
the change in land value to capital value
we send out
was
the first lot of rates bills. Then, isn't it? So all those people who didn't
like a
know they were
change was in
changing
the
from land to
consultation
capital.
document.
Oh, interesting. Crikey.
Right,
Okay,
so
Rob.
that has some, as the mayor said.
Yes, through the chair, there weren't a huge number of people that actually queried. Yes, and I'll own the letter. The letter could have been better. Unfortunately, there's a little data file that came with it, which everybody tried to open, which was meaningless little file. There wasn't a huge number, and mostly the ones I dealt with, it was more leading them through how to find the revenue and financing policy on Shape Tasman. So it was more that they weren't used to looking through council processes to find things. Yes, so just to clarify, yes, only those properties where we changed the line of where the Y and Z boundary changed.
So have they
got the letter?
Sorry to interrupt, but if they were currently X and Y, which there's obviously a lot of, and no change, they didn't get a letter. That's what you're saying. Yeah, so that would be a substantial number of ratepayers across our 5 river systems, I'd have thought.
Yes, it would be a substantial number. I remember some of them are beneficiaries as well. We didn't just add lines; we also took away some as well. So,
right, sure, those
they got a letter.
And then if I could just comment around the question around the UAGC. So for this is probably more for Matt than you, Rob. Just in relation to 15% of the general rate. So whatever the general rate is each year, it will stay at the 15 rather than us having to move the percentage of the. And I think that's what Federated Farmers were supporting, and some other farmers in their submission, and have been for some time. But rather than set the rate, yeah, like we went from 10 to 12 and now 15%. But as the general rate goes up, it will move with that. So there'll be some benefit.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification, Councillor Bryan. Are you happy to move the section?
I'm not sure how many calls we're going to get now.
But yes. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that's your basis for moving or not moving. How many calls you might get?
Know about it.
So move. So this is 46 through 49.
Yes, I'm happy.
Councillor Dowler.
Yeah, just regarding the river rates. It's a comment really, and I know it's under action at the moment, but with these licenses that the rural people have to grow certain fruit on their properties. I know of one property in Motueka, which is actually Z rated, so it's not being affected. But the CV has gone from $1 million to $5 million. It's a 10-acre block of land. So there, because OZ, he won't have any problems there, but he also owns a substantial amount of land on the side of the Motueka River and Rewalker. He is disputing.
Yeah, I understand there is a quite a concerted effort to dispute the valuations on horticultural land.
I'm just saying that
in relation to this issue. Yeah,
if his land is revalued in Rewalker the same as what it valued in Motueka, it goes from 2 million to 10 million. But anyway,
I think one of the challenges will be, the fact that he's got land that's worth $10 million might mitigate some of the concern. But I 100% understand that there is a big implication for a number of horticultural land users over the valuation, and the appropriate place to contest that is through the valuation objections, which I understand they are doing. Yeah, no,
they are going to take a long time for that.
It will absolutely. This change will impact, and it was actually designed specifically to try and match up those large investments that are now protected by, to one degree or another, from the work that's undertaken in that XY river system. So thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder before I move on? Seconded, Councillor Kinnemont. Councillor Greening.
Just a point of clarification. The revenue and financing policy, is this where we house our position on the dynamic rates cap and dynamic debt cap, or is this going to be part of the subsequent discussion under financial strategy?
Through the Mayor, that's the financial strategy rather than the revenue and financing policy. The revenue and financing policy's primary focus is on how you pay for the things that you want to pay for.
Okay. Thank you. If there's nothing further, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next up, we're out of order again. So public health and safety. So as relates to two items in relation to the dog control bylaw and smoke and vape free outdoor policy. So Shane, welcome. So page 170, resolutions 128, 129. Anything you'd like to add, Shane, to what's contained in the agenda? Thank you very much. Any questions in relation to either of those two items? Yeah. So was it?
170.
We've lost sound.
Are we right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So open for questions. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for that. The community education for relating to the dog control bylaw, I think it sort of crosses over into environmental management, because it is actually, the request is so that people with dogs can be educated about the risks and how to protect shorebirds and seals and things. So it's I appreciate that it's in here under public health and safety, which is where dog control normally sits. But I just wanted to clarify that what the request for community education relates to. And so I have further on in the analysis of the submissions, it does say that there would be an attempt, possibly with the small increase in dog registration fees, which is being planned, that you may be able to actually increase this cover of dog compliance, particularly on beaches and where dogs are, disturbing seabirds. So, there was a request in the Forest and Birds, Top of the South Forest and Birds submission for immediate protection of shorebirds from dogs and vehicles. So that's what I would hope, that you are able to actually implement some more coverage of dog control, which you have said in the report you may be able to.
Shane.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we are committed to taking on board the submissions that were made. The increase in the draft fees and schedule will give us significant funding to put additional education programs in place and signage, and also to use it for exercise areas, etc.
Thank you, and I think it's an important point that's noted there, to try and get other alternative places for dogs to go other than on the beach. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm fine, happy to move.
Okay, so moved Councillor Butler. Councillor Hill had indicated a willingness to speak. Seconded Councillor Shellcrass. Councillor Hill.
I think my question's been responded to. So I just was thinking about the ways that we are educating. Do we need more funding to do more educating? Can we educate smarter? Things like that. But it sounds like you've got a plan. And
yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, Shane, in terms of 33.8, it's more of a comment really in terms of, I think the timeliness of the liquor license applications have got better. I think 35 days on average is currently the processing of a non-opposed license, but also recognising that, from that feedback, the government did change the publication or notification timeline, which extended things out. So I just sort of wanted to pick up that submission as I think the agencies and the council staff are collaborating very well, and it's a bit of a beast. But so more of a comment than a thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, well, that very fortuitously and due to excellent timekeeping by the chair, has meant we've arrived at lunch exactly at 12:30. So we'll now break for half an hour and come back at 1 o'clock and reconvene. Okay, we'll reconvene. So we're just coming back. So before we go into the next item, which is DCs, financial contributions, David Stevenson is here to provide some clarity over the question that Councillor Greening asked earlier around what makes up the waste levy, the solid waste changes in terms of the charges. David.
Thank you, through the chair, councillors. So I'm here just to explain in a little more detail the reasons for the increase in the landfill charges and then the increase in charges at the resource recovery centres. So the increase at the regional business unit landfill charges, it's an 18% increase. 5% of that is due to increased operation costs, including the new transfer station proposed at the landfill. Another 5% is due to the levy that the landfill pays to the government. That's the National Waste Levy. Another 2% is other York Valley costs, including insurance, trade waste, and provision for closure. There's also another 2% for Eves Valley costs. Around 1% of that is for gas reuse, some depreciation, and some levy costs. And there's another 1% at Eves Valley for leachate and stormwater costs. There's also a 3% increase. There's also a 3% increase for interest costs at Eves Valley for the landfill business unit. So that makes up the 18% increase at the landfill. At the resource recovery centres, that increase is passed through in our cost to our customers, but we've also got a 4% provision for increased operating costs, and another 8%, which the intent behind that is to significantly reduce the general rate requirement. So that gives us the 27% increase. So to put it in dollar figures, we're adding just under $12 to reflect our increased operating costs, and another $22 per tonne to reduce the burden of general rate on the activity and move to a user pays approach.
Okay, thank you, David, for that clarification. DCs. Riley, welcome. Page number, excellent question. Alan?
Page number 147.
147.
Section 14. So we've got a few changes in our advice in terms of this policy. So we had recommended some amended wording for the remissions for Māori land. We've since circulated that wording to iwi, but that's raised a few further issues that we need to consider. We want a bit more time to do that. So we're now suggesting we confirm the wording that we went out with, which generally got support. No, there's feedback for us to broaden it to other categories, and that we'll consider these through a review of the policy in the next year. We've also got some potential different wording for the resolution in terms of retirement village units. So based on some discussion at a workshop yesterday, that we don't have a special assessment rates for retirement village units. And there's also one minor change to resolution number 65, just tightening up the definition of the changes to the Wakefield wastewater map.
Through the chair, just one correction to what I said yesterday. I said our current policy had a 0.5 hard assessment rate for retirement villages. I've read that 1,000 times in everyone else's policies. It's not actually in ours at the moment. The other thing is we will need to, if the intention is to set retirement village units for Three Waters in particular, on a bedroom-based policy, consistent with the bedroom-based policy, we will need to remove the provision in the example used for a special assessment in the policy, which refers to retirement villages. And we'll probably confirm when it's adopted that you in fact do want retirement villages to be subject to the same bedroom-based approach, so that there is no ambiguity about that in the future.
Okay, so while we're on that, because that generally the view of what, okay, so thank you.
Just one more thing. Currently the policy does have a 0.3 HUD rate for transport. The same information that's referred to in the report refers to some information coming out of Tauranga. They would actually suggest that should be 0.4, but what we're suggesting is that we do some reviews to the policy between now and next year, and actually pick all that stuff up there and tidy it up.
Okay, thank you. I think that is the appropriate way to address those issues. Okay, so with those clarifications and alterations, is there, firstly, comment, feedback or questions, and or someone prepared to move or second? I'll move. I got the sense everyone was having a bit of a snooze. Seconded Councillor Dowler. Open for debate, discussion, comment. If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That now takes us to reserves and facilities. Grant, welcome back. Tony. Welcome, gentlemen. So these are items 86 through 90, which has a number of parts, through to 91. Page 157 for the substantive report. Gentlemen, over to you. If you wish to add anything before I open it up for questions.
Happy to open up for questions.
Thanks, Grant. Councillor Dakey.
I'm happy to move the entirety with one additional recommendation. And the recommendation would be that we have a line there for use of Richmond Ward RFCs for a contribution in year 2 to the Saxton Field inclusive playground of 900,000. That's based upon the fact that we've heard a large amount of submitters on this issue, and we didn't quite have time to put it into the LTP before. So I'd like to propose 900,000 of RFCs from Richmond Ward into that playground based on it being on Saxton Field on Tasman District Council land. So I've done
So moved, Councillor Dakey. Is there a seconder for said resolution? Councillor Mailing. I will open up for questions or comments.
Are you talking about the amendment?
No, it's not an amendment. He's the mover of the resolution. He has learned from this morning that if you wish to, you take your chance when you've offered it. So it doesn't need to be amended because that is so the resolution is altered from what it is in the agenda, but is not an amendment. So that is the resolution. It's been seconded by Councillor Mailing, so it is now open. So do you wish to speak further to it? Before you'll have your right of reply at the end if you wish.
No, I'll go for right of reply. It's fine.
Oh, good. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question is really about what this playground would be like, and would I'd be very willing to support this if I can be confident that it's a regional playground. You know, if we think of the playground in Christchurch, which people go to specifically to go to the playground. And I'd like to see it like that. So it's what the playground is like is the crucial thing for me.
Right, who wants to explain what the playground's like? No. You seem to be the playground man.
I actually gave 2 presentations about this last week, so you missed out on the excitement. But yes, it is a regional play space, but it's also a wider space for the entire family. So combined with Nelson City Council, there's also funding in the Sexton Committee. And Richmond has been looking for a spot for this. So this is really just, what it's actually doing is just saying, we're putting our Richmond funding, instead of doing something in Richmond, we're actually going to put it into the Sexton to combine with Nelson's funding to make a bigger regional space. Okay. Clarifies it.
Okay, staff comment feedback.
Just to clarify and add to what Councillor Dakey said, it will be a fully accessible playground, but that wouldn't preclude others from using it, obviously.
Okay, I'm surprised Matt hasn't waved 2 red flags. Because I take it there is an implication, because although it is RFCs, it effectively is a debt, it is funded by debt. So again, in the grand scheme of things, so what year? Year 3. Okay, so year 3. I've waved the flag for you, Matt. Clearly it has implications on debt.
Yeah, clearly. Ultimately, as I alluded to yesterday about the 150%, we're very, very close to that line, and it gives us a little leeway. I'd need to crunch the numbers because there are a number of moving parts to model. It could be that when I present back next week that or indeed the earlier decision about bringing Murchison forward may mean you breach that dynamic cap in not just in years 9 and 10, but earlier. So you just need to be aware of the consequence of that and formalise that next week once you have the full information.
Okay, thank you, Matt, for the flag. Further speakers, Councillor Hill, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I read that in terms of the Marpole Hall, that we had an agreement when it was perhaps built, or it was redeveloped or built, that council wouldn't continue on with funding. So I'm just wondering if I've just read that correctly. And would the hall, do you know if the hall committee sort of exhausted other avenues of sources?
Sorry, I can't speak to what that previous agreement said in detail. Not aware of that, but I understand that the whole committee was looking at other funding sources as well, and they may have actually applied for funding already. So in terms of the deck area, it's about a third of it is on council land. The hall itself is private hall, so it's not a council hall. And my understanding is that skateboarders and other users probably impact on that deck and probably deteriorates a bit faster than it would normally. So that's one part of it, and then the other part was sealing of the car park.
Yeah,
Jason.
It intrigues me a little bit when we make agreements and then we don't stick to them or get other people to stick to them. So I suppose I'll make that point. And honestly, this netball roof business, you know, just our contribution being 55,000 for feasibility, just it's a lot of money, isn't it? Just to, it's not like you're exploring a whole, you know, Murchison redevelopment down there or something bigger, but to feasibility for roofing a court, I just think it seems like a lot of money, and I don't like it much. Winter sport, all of that. White side again.
Okay, thank you. So I've got Councillor Murray, Councillor Mayling, Councillor Green, and Councillor Dowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So have I lost this? Is the netball read its head in this resolution? As I haven't seen. So my recollection was this morning we moved the netball contribution to 13,500 to year 2, and that Sexton paper.
Correct.
The $900,000 for the playground catches me a little bit by surprise, but actually, in fairness, for an RFC account that's funding a whole lot of other assets around our region, I can't sit here and go, you can't have anything. I just with caution, as certainly as a Saxon Field member, we have raised the review of both the skate park and where the playground sits. But I'm not sure funding conditional on where, because Saxon Field has to be the best place it fits for Saxon Field, wherever that is. And I strongly believe it is on TDC land. But to say we're only going to fund it if it is on slightly 1 metre this way on whoever's land, I think is going against our partnership with Nelson City Council. Certainly, the investment, as I understand it from Matt, is it doesn't matter if it's loan funded or capex. That's the same impact on rates. But certainly, I can only support the Richmond Ward councillors. It'd be absolutely ironic to say you can't have anything in Richmond with you sharing your RSAs throughout the region.
So I'll leave the mover to consider the point about whether the condition around which bit of land it sits on is essential to his intent. We'll come back to that in due course. Councillor Mailing.
Yeah, well, look, I support this playground, and I do support in particular that be on the Richmond end, because that will give us much better access. And I've got to say, our neighbours to the north have not been terribly good at keeping us informed of plans and things that they're doing in Saxton in the more recent history, to be honest. And we've got considerably good car parking at that Richmond end near the velodrome in particular, where we spent a lot of money developing that area, and there is some nice flat land. There is some other land, but it's a little bit far away, and I'm thinking on the other side of the velodrome that's near the main road, which is a bit too far for these people. So there is great parking in behind Garran College and in that area there, and a big expanse of land that isn't being used. So I see this as a real benefit. And I was there on Saturday, and there was 50 kids inside our velodrome at a party playing games. It's just massive, the use that we're getting in that area. So that's why I support this.
I think Councillor Mari's position was it may well actually, just in terms of all logic and the best place and all the rest of it, end up where everyone says it would be good to be. The question is, by caveating it with must be on our land in terms of future, that it's just an open question. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, just if the added resolution could be displayed on the screen, that would be useful. General proposition, very supportive, been pushing for a destination park for Richmond for a while now, as we tried to build up our RFC reserves to do it. So now we can do it. And if there are any concerns that a Richmond RFC account, which was quite large and has already been plundered by Motueka's pool, I'm sure Motueka, if the timing is right, will reserve some of their RFC funding back to Richmond at the appropriate time as well. So we're going to shuffle funds around. Let's make sure we shuffle them to maximise or minimise our debt exposure. But Richmond's RFC account, I'd be interested in knowing what the balance will be at the end of this as well.
Okay, so we can provide that information in terms of is that post long-term plan entirety balance?
Yeah, I think it's important for the public to see where some of their funds in Richmond, which would be designated for all the growth that Richmond has incurred.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I'm just trying to clarify, you'd like to see the figure, which we have, I think it was alluded to yesterday. So the balance of the Richmond RFCs at the end of 10 years, which I think is still positive, unlike Waimea and Motueka, but we can get that figure provided.
Well,
the specifics.
This is what I'm saying. If we've got some debt issues, depending on timing, I would hope that Motueka, rather than spend its RFCs on some of the other little pet projects it wants to do, actually reciprocates and designates some of its funding back to Richmond, if it's a question of timing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can get that clarification in due course. Councillor Dowler.
Yeah, just talking about number 90, and then it goes to 90.3, 90.4, 90.5. Couple of things. Lighting, having power to put lights in on ground number 1 would be absolutely awesome. I see it's to do with ducting through a roundabout that's possibly going to be constructed. That roundabout is actually under a bit of pressure due to safety issues at the present time. So there may be a modification there. So either, my suggestion would be either remove it or put it out in the plan further till we know exactly what's going on. It says put in there at year 2. And by that time, Huru will also have their club rooms built there, and we'll see what happens with them after that.
So just in terms of the resolution that's been moved, what are you suggesting? So rather than via year 2 via debt, you want it pushed out to a point further in the future? Yep. Again, there's 2 ways of doing this. Is there general agreement that be pushed out, particularly Motueka councillors? Then yes. And to year 5.
In terms of the RFC account, it's actually in surplus at the end of year 10. So undoubtedly it would be able to support the $900,000 in those previous years. Nevertheless, it will again put pressure on that net debt cap. I suppose, again, with this one, I obviously wasn't aware of the resolution being put forward. And I personally would need to have a chat with the reserve. The 900,000, for example, I'm assuming that's in the Saxon Field current capital spend. So I suppose it raises a number of questions that I wouldn't mind understanding from my colleagues just about what we've got and what the 900 means in terms of 50% share. I suppose there are a number of questions that comes to mind that I'd probably need to talk to Grant about offline and perhaps come back to the meeting with some with more clarity myself.
Yeah. So given that this should, whatever the fate of this is a what's the word we're using?
Yeah.
In principle decision. Yeah, understanding the consequences, whether there's trade-offs, does it affect other things? How does it work with Nelson City Council's funding, which clearly, you know, in terms of years and timing, etc., all of that can be brought back. If we get through today relatively succinctly, we might have some time tomorrow even to have some of the detail about these things that we've changed on the fly, so to speak, provide more clarity around them. So at this stage, the indication is Motueka councillors. Councillor Walker, do you want to comment specifically on this topic? Yep.
Through you, Chair. Are you meaning the topic of the power for? Yeah. So I guess for me, it's that we're waiting to hear any day, was what I was told by Dan last week about that roundabout versus another piece of infrastructure. If they came back and said that that's got the green light, do we have the capacity to still put the cable in, or by us pushing this out, does that stop that opportunity?
In terms of the ducting,
but the space will be held, so we don't have to redig or
correct. Awesome. I would expect that if the roundabout work or whatever takes place in that location, the ducting would be provided. That's going to be a small fraction of the $88,000, which I presume is for the actual lighting.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Cool. On that basis, is the mover happy to change that to year 4?
Yes.
Yeah. All good. Thank you. Who else about? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Look, I just a little bit more information about the Mapua Hall. So they've requested money towards resealing the car park and 50% for the deck repair. Get that. We have obviously considered it, gone out and had a look, understand the state of it, and suddenly, yep, in year 2, that's fine. We can help fund that. Yeah, I mean, many people have come in through the submission process and asked for money. So why is it that suddenly this pops out and we think that this is the right thing to be doing in the context of where we sit?
I guess in relation to the deck, it is the public use aspect and the fact that it is having an impact on a private asset through, you know, park users. So there's that element. And yeah, the health and safety side of it as well, just making sure that it's structurally sound, remains so.
And that a percentage of it is on our land. In terms of the car park, who owns the car park?
Apparently council own it. I think Jamie was looking at that particular thing. So
in terms of this item, I tend to agree with the split. I make a contribution to the deck because it's on our land and it's impacted by public use, and particularly skateboard users probably, and the car park, which is actually ours. And then I note the decline in providing funding towards annual upkeep and operational cost, which from my perspective is the right split.
Yeah, okay. I guess, I mean, you know, I've heard people over in Mapua refer to that car park and say, you know, this is not a public car park. This is the car park. This is the hall car park. So, you know, is it marked as a public car park?
Councillor Kinnemont, can you shed light on this?
Yeah, sorry. I gave you a little bit of incorrect advice then. It is part of the Mapua Hall land. Public use it for access to the skate park, the tennis court, and to the Mapua domain. So whilst it's for the community hall, it is used by the public in general. So they're asking for a cost share.
Okay, so it's a variation on the theme. The key point being that it is available for the public to use, and they utilise it to access both the hall, which we do not own, and the skate park, the reserve, and the tennis courts, which we do. And I presume that's part of the logic for making a contribution towards the cost of resealing.
So it's a public car park then?
I don't want to get into a debate. I mean, the public use the car park. I think that is the fundamental. There isn't a barrier. There's not a restriction. So to all intents and purposes, it is a publicly used car park. And if we put funding towards its resealing, then almost certainly it becomes a publicly available car park.
So I think this needs to be clear to the hall committee with regards to that.
I'm sure that can be part of the conversation around the contribution. So, okay. So in terms of this item, it's been moved. Councillor Walker will come back. It's been moved. Councillor Dakey seconded. Somebody? Yeah. Councillor Mailing. It has then been altered to shift the year 2 for the lighting to year 4.
Can we see the resolution on screen, please?
Yes. Any comment around the previous comment of Councillor Mara in relation to the requirement for it to be on TDC land?
Yeah, so the reason that it's specific to our land there is because this 900,000 is a one-sided contribution. This isn't expected to be matched by Nelson City Council. So to that effect, we'd be looking to have some say and input and control over the project to protect our funds, so it doesn't essentially just go into the general funding of Saxon. So that's why that's there. In regards to 900,000, it shouldn't really be an extra. It's more representing it because we were looking at this project within Richmond. So this is really just identifying that we are acknowledging this site and wanting to use the funds there. So I'm hoping that within the RSC accounts that we had already designated this sort of funding because we've certainly changed the location to here. So hopefully the funding can swap across and the impact on rates is not anything at all.
Okay, so that's what will be clarified between Matt and the reserve staff between now and perhaps tomorrow. Councillor Walker, did you have a further comment?
Yeah, so I guess for me, I sit here looking at the process and the priority of some of the things, and it was a bit of a surprise that Mapua Hall made it on here for me. When I think of how many submissions we had from the likes of Kohatu Sports Park, who didn't make the cut, I just go, how did we get to 89 making it on here? And yeah, the dialogue around that really.
Okay. Further comments?
One additional comment is 90.5. Are we making a choice there?
Right.
Are we striking one
So-
out?
Yeah. Right. So I'm looking for any, sorry, Elaine. Two. Okay, so I presume that what is being suggested is that strike out the declines. And that is. Yep. Got it. Any further conversation? So in terms, coming back to the Kaharu Motorsport Park, etc., is this the place where that has been covered, or is that there's a further?
There is a opportunity to have another presentation, I think, during the wording that's the one seconds. They'll discuss with other groups.
No, so but there's nothing specific, is there? Because the question that came up this morning in relation to the line item under Jamie's budget about transportation, which was about currently unmaintained sections of council road, left the kind of option open for people to have conversations, but it also pretty clearly said we decline. in the place that people do come and discuss it with us, we decline it because of affordability issues.
Through the chair, draft resolution 151 declines to provide funding to support the Oliver's Road pavement upgrade at Kaharu Park.
So that's the place to discuss that particular item. So it is included in the, but it's, so when we get there, we can debate the merits or otherwise of it. Okay, anything further on it, Councillor McKenzie?
Just to be clear, so 91, which is considering it. So what we did consider it earlier in the day and we've already made a decision. So is that what that means?
Yeah, that now does. Okay.
We could change that to
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Good spotting. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm not quite sure about process on this, but I'm just wondering if Councillor Dakey would be interested in removing the Mapua Hall item from the resolution. I'd just like to consider that because I'm struggling with that process. I'm a bit surprised by that coming into the outside of the long-term plan process so quickly. A little bit the same with the funding for the playground, but there has been ongoing discussion regarding that with reserves for a really long time. So I'm feeling a bit wondering if we can consider that separately.
Well, you could move an amendment if this is if that's what you wish to do.
Okay.
So I have kind of stretched Councillor Dakey's patience and asking him to make alterations to a resolution he moved. It's probably better if you want to make a substantive change that you move an amendment, which you are entitled to do, which I think you have. So
if you want 81, take it.
So effectively it's declined and under 88.
Yeah, not 89.
No, 89 is already declined.
Yeah.
88 currently is agrees. The amendment would be just change agrees to declines. That is the amendment. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Walker. Yeah, I'm not. Councillor Walker. So it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Maru. Councillor Hill. Oh my goodness. Just when you think things are going swimming.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to put a clarification, what I thought I heard Councillor Ellis say was to remove that and have it as a separate motion. So rather than decline, I think what I heard Councillor Ellis say, can you put the motion as you had it, excluding that and then voting on that separately? But I don't want to put words in. So do we get to revisit the Mapua Hall secondary after this then?
No.
No. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the intent.
outcome at the end of the day if people will be similar, unless you're going to support it when it's on its own. But anyway,
So is it?
that does make it slightly easier. So we'll just remove that from the resolution, and the resolution will remain items. Yep. Cool. Is there anything further on the resolution as now not containing the Mapua Hall? I always find it fascinating how these processes work. Yeah, I do, implicitly. I know. It doesn't make it any less fascinating. All right, so if there is not, I will put the resolution without the Mapua Hall and with the alteration agreed to by Councillor Dakey in terms of the years for Sports Park Motueka lighting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. We now have the item left as an orphan, which is someone prepared to move Councillor Maru, that we approve the funding. No. So it was always approved in the resolution. Councillor Ellis just requested that we take it separately. It remains approved. It has been moved by Councillor Maru. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Hill. No, you just waved your hand to point to Councillor McKenzie. Councillor McKenzie. So it has been moved and seconded. Everyone clear what it is? It is approve the funding for Mapua Hall. Councillor Hill, you have welcome to have a question.
Question that you articulated quietly, which was there a submission from the Mapua Hall Committee particularly asking for this?
Through the chair, yes, there was, and there were conversations prior to that as well with the Hall Committee representatives, probably going back 6-8 months.
Okay. And I did have a little look in the report and found the thing about the $300,000 contribution from council when it was built, I think, and the understanding that we wouldn't contribute to operational costs. So I got a bit mixed about that. So that's.
Yeah, and I think that this series of resolutions reflects that agreement, i.e. we won't contribute to ongoing operational costs. All right, everyone clear? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? The resolution is carried. Right, moving on to day 2. Crikey. So now slightly out of order, financial strategy. So Councillor Greening, prepare yourself, because this is the time that we discuss the dynamic net debt cap. So items 76 and 77. Pages, Alan?
Page starts at 154.
154.
Yep.
And the resolutions are fairly self-explanatory. As has been noted earlier, there was a conversation in the workshop over the second, but it remains in the resolution as proposed by staff. So should people wish to, again, I would just encourage everyone, despite what they may have thought yesterday, having made some subsequent decisions, including the decision in relation to the Murchison facility, and potentially, but not yet confirmed, in relation to the accessible playground project, that may impact on the 150% that was also discussed alongside 160. Matt Allen, Matt, over to you.
And I suppose the other one is just around the property sales as well. That could be going the other way. So as always, there's plenty of things in the mix.
Correct. So those two things, should they alter from what's being suggested, in some way cancel each other out? Okay. All right. That's good advice as well. Thank you.
Sorry.
All right. So it is open for. Sorry, Alan.
So just to bear in mind when thinking about that debt cap, if we set a lower debt cap and end up exceeding it in an annual plan, it's likely to trigger the need to consult on the annual plan if we haven't got another reason for doing it. So it's just something to bear in mind in thinking about that issue.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Also good advice. So I have a number of speakers, Councillor Butler, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hill.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we had some quite enthusiastic submissions about the risks of a dynamic debt cap. And, you know, the point that was put that somehow the more you spend, the more you can raise your debt cap. So it's and I'd be really grateful if you could just explain what the risk is, because you know, to put it up to 160 is what, you know, that's sort of, that's already putting it up again. And what's to stop it just going up and up and up?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly the very nature of the word dynamic in the dynamic net debt cap is that it does move. So, you know, it's a percentage between net debt and revenue. So in one hand, you could have revenue increasing, which provides more debt headroom, and not more, it increases the net debt cap, if you like. So it is like that. I think the 150% was set because while we discussed it in principle, the reality of the numbers that came back endorsed that 150%. Staff, however, reflected on that and thought we were very close in a lot of years. So we're considering changing it. We talked about emergency events presenting problems. The reality of an emergency event, though, like Nelson City did, was while they had a huge additional spend on it, it actually meant the following year, this year, they're proposing a new levy rate to accommodate that. So straight away, that shows you the dynamic net debt cap. The next year, we would undoubtedly change our annual plan to get more revenue to actually cover the additional debt that we've got. So that's the dynamic nature of it.
So just to add to that, so just to be, it is a cap. You don't have to go to it. You know, it's the kind of ideally it's a maximum, not a target.
Right. So how can we be confident that the revenue is going to match the debt, an increase in the debt cap?
Well, I mean, it's a planning process. It's a planning function. You know, what we're presenting to you is the 10 years. We've highlighted that we're already breaching a 9 and 10 because of the wastewater treatment plants. But in terms of confidence, it is dynamic. So it's a collection of all the decision that council makes throughout the year and indeed endorses in their long-term plan. In a few months, we'll be coming back to you and talking about the annual plan. And undoubtedly, there'll be a range of things that have changed in terms of that second year of the LTP. So that's just part of it. And why I think it was Alan highlighted that there could be issues further along. We really don't know. That's the planning exercise we undertake.
There's no guarantee is the answer. There was never a guarantee in any of these things. Just for clarification, the net debt cap revenue measure is revenue in total or rates revenue?
It's revenue, but like all things, it's not necessarily all revenue. So it's operating revenue. It doesn't take into account vested assets, development contributions, gains on derivatives.
It does account, for example, for NZTA funding, contributions from dividends from council-owned enterprises, all of those sort of things.
Well, interestingly, it does for NZTA both the subsidy for capital and operating, yet it doesn't for development contributions. So it's suitably.
So I guess my key point is some of this we control, i.e. we can set the rates, we can set the fees and charge, we can set some of our revenue. Some of it we actually don't determine the source of revenue. We are subject to other people's decisions. So there's hence dynamic has a whole lot of dynamics. Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Hill.
Yep, thank you very much through the chair. I'm happy to move 76 and 77 if you haven't got a mover. I guess, Matt, you explained it really well. In essence, the risk mitigation around the dynamic debt cap actually sits in our hands. It's the decisions that we make around this governance table, not the setting of the dynamic debt cap in itself. So we are the owners of our own destiny.
So you are moving that it goes up to 160 from 150. Okay. Is there a seconder? Move, Councillor Dowler. All right. Thank you. So that is what we're debating, that resolution as contained up there. Other feedback, comments or questions? Councillor Murray.
Yes, just one question. What's an indicative cost to consult on an annual plan if we had to? So if we breach the, because I hear significant, but I don't know what significant is.
Hard to put a figure on it. I mean, a lot of it is staff time. So, you know, if we're spending time doing that when we're not working on other policy work and those sorts of things. So, I think we want to be for a figure off the top of my head. I mean, there may be other reasons that we're consulting anyway, in which case it adds nothing because we're going to have to consult. But each time we do an annual plan, we have to assess whether the changes from the year that we've got in the LTP are either significant, using our significant engagement policy, or material. And if one or two of those, one or either of those trigger, then we have to go through the consultation process. It's not necessarily a special consultative procedure, but although we have in recent years used a process very similar to that, so a kind of a submissions and hearings type process, but that council can determine how it wants to give effect to the decision-making principles in the Local Government Act in doing that consultation.
Yeah. Historically, we were required to consult on annual plans as a matter of course, which is what we did for 20 odd years, and we consulted every year. Then the opportunity existed to, if you are literally in line with your LTP, particularly in the first 3 years, and you're not doing anything distinctly different, you don't have to consult because you effectively did it in the 10-year plan process. And as Alan said, then there are all the potential exceptions that you may do by choice, or you may be kind of directed down a path because of the significance of the change. And it's likely, I think, given everything that's going on, Three Waters conversations, there is so RMA change, there is so much change. It is likely that at some point in the 3 years, you're going to consult on an annual plan for a range of reasons, of which this may or may not be one.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of other councils that have a dynamic net debt, where does their percentage sit generally? Do you know? You know, it's a bit vague, isn't it? But would we be sort of pitching near others, or?
I did ask the question of, I think, our two closest councils. I would have to look back at what their answers were. So I'm pretty sure I have that information. I'd have to dig it out though. Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
So dynamic is less common than a fixed figure. I think a lot of councils will have a fixed figure, or is it?
I'm hoping Briley or someone is in the background there listening. I'm pretty sure our early analysis indicated dynamic caps were the more common than fixed cap approach.
Right. So I think there are two questions that arise from that question. One is in terms of fixed debt caps, no debt caps, or dynamic debt caps, just an understanding of kind of the, who does what. And secondly, if other people have a dynamic debt cap, what percentage are they using? Again, by way of comparison / interest. All right.
It's just probably worth pointing out that at 155, 155, 160, whatever it is, we start off very similarly to where we are in year one for the whole of the period. So in terms of, comparison from a revenue perspective to a debt perspective, the whole of the 10 years will probably look very similar to we will finish this year. We're worth bearing in mind.
Yeah. And that graph that was somewhere the other day kind of indicates that it's very close. It kind of tracks along 150, 160 gives you slightly more, but it's the same trend. And then just at the end, I think actually both of them, even 160 gets breached. So, Councillor Greening.
So, when this was first introduced, I opposed it then. I said you're on a trajectory of spending and increasing debt. And history has shown that's exactly what has happened. So history would suggest it is actually the basis of a target of spending. And in a way, that's what these caps do, is to force prioritisation of both the rates take and the debt so that the spend is prioritised. I know the arguments have been made of the basis of all of this was inflation adjustment, except that people's incomes, disposable incomes to fund all this are not increasing at the rate of inflation. They're far behind it. So we've created a massive disparity between what people can actually afford to spend and what we are constraining ourselves to spend. And there is a widening gap, as again pointed out by Federated Farmers on the escalating debt per household or rateable unit, which I think was what, 25% or something. It's been history shown this is just giving more wiggle room for people to go, oh, we can afford a bit more, we've just got this debt threshold, we can keep on going up. And that's exactly what we're doing, and we're doing it again. We're actually increasing the dynamic rates cap because we can't control our spending. It's used in principle to trigger a debate, but you keep moving the line, so there's never really any debate, although I suppose the debate is we just want to spend more. And the community really need to see those lines to see what you're doing. They're good triggers for the community to give you some feedback, and I think you've had quite a bit of it. They're uncomfortable with this dynamic rates cap. You shouldn't be inflation adjusting, taking more revenue from them because their revenue is not being inflation adjusted. And the debt is just another form of a rates take. So as you can already see in the projections, you're losing control. You haven't forced prioritisation. And this whole LTP is a reflection of that. As I said from the very start, around we need to actually reduce our operational costs to afford the things we're trying to do. And rather than try and contain the costs, and we've only really contained them very lightly, as again, Federated Farmers have pointed out, you just go off and spend and just take more money from the ratepayers. So I am totally opposed, as I was from the very start, for these dynamic, which really are not in reality real fixed caps to control prioritisation. In the last years since this has been introduced as a reflection of that. So I'm opposed to this dynamic rates cap. I've opposed it all the way through these workshops, and all of you have opposed me opposing it. So I won't be surprised if you're all voting for it again. We should have sorted this out earlier because it is so late in the game. And I feel sorry for the staff if it is then changed. This should have been changed from the very start, as I suggested. There are critical frameworks for setting up your spending. This is one of them, as is reducing real tangible operational costs, which you have avoided doing. And you are on a trajectory now of just driving up the beach, basically, if I was to use a ship analogy. This is getting rapidly out of control. And now you're hoping the government will probably bail you out.
Thank you, Councillor Greening. Other comments in relation to this topic? If not, it has been moved and seconded. So again, it is what is the word I'm looking for? In principle decision. So which we will come back to once we've received the information from Matt in terms of the pluses and minuses. I guess I intuitively would prefer to stick at the 150, subject to seeing the consequences of the, but given that we could probably revisit it once we've seen that. And if the headroom remains within the 150, I actually think it is a good discipline. And if we have to consult, because in year X, we might breach it for reason Y, actually think that's the right thing to do. So not sure whether I'll support or not. I'll just see. Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Mackenzie?
Oh, I think that we have a number of changes that are happening. Personally, I think the effort and cost of having to consult on an annual plan is a wasted resource in the council. I think my recollection I could be corrected, but last time we consulted on the annual plan, we got 92 submitters. Heck of a lot of time and energy and effort in relation to that. So I'd rather avoid having to do that.
Okay. I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Against. Recorded, please.
Cool. Okay. Show of hands. All those in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so Ellis, Greening, and Maru and Walker recorded against. Greening, Maru, and Walker. Right, thank you. Next up, we've got environmental management. Who's leading this topic? Rob, Diane. Don't rush. Got all day. Oh, sorry, environment policy. My bad. That's because it's out of order. So this is slightly out of order. Pages, not sure, but it's items 92, 93, 94, 95. Someone will quickly tell me what the pages are. Okay, Diana.
I think, yeah, I don't have anything further to add in terms of staff recommendations. So happy to take questions.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor,
What number are we going to?
95.
No question.
Move Councillor Mailings, seconded Councillor Ellis. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you very much. Look, there has been the submission from the Waimea South Historic Society for a heritage advisor. We don't have someone in that position in the council. Nelson City does. I venture to suggest across that district, we probably have more heritage assets to consider than they do in Nelson City. So, I guess there are some things that we might want to progress in terms of protecting our heritage. One could be the idea of creating a heritage designation up Edward Street in Wakefield. And so how can I get an assurance that we can do the appropriate work within the current resources of the policy planning team?
John.
So I had a brief conversation with Warwick Johnson after the submissions, and I gave, so once we've gone through this process, we'd sit down and have a conversation, really get under the skin of this bit, because there's the whole historic New Zealand heritage stuff that goes on as well. So I just want to get under the skin of it a bit, because there'll be some analysis as to why something is heritage and recognised nationally and why it's not. So really a bit more understanding of this. We didn't think it was appropriate to put a resource because, to be honest, you wouldn't use it. But I think there's other ways of skinning this cat. So I've given my assurance that we would have a conversation when we got through this process, when we've got a bit more time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. So 94, the request for funding the iwi participation. Already included in the work program and budget. And is the scope of that or the extent of that match what was being requested?
Through the chair, there wasn't any specific amount specified. It was just recommending that working groups should be initiated, and so we already have set up the Te Tai Ihu Iwi partnership working group that was initially put together in relation to when we were doing a full plan review, the TEP, and that is continuing on, and we're using that forum in terms of our priority plan changes. So Potaio resource for that in terms of the group.
Thank you.
Oh, now you have a question. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Ed. Diana, I was just thinking about Councillor Mackenzie's question. Previously, we used to have a heritage type person that they didn't have a full portfolio, but part of their portfolio, and I think it was Rose Biss and then perhaps Maxine Day. Do we have anyone with that capability now? Or the other thing I wonder about, there is arts, culture and heritage through the grants from rates, and that may be an option for them for some seed funding for a heritage.
John, I mean this really nicely. There's not enough work in this. I think we can cover this off in a different way. If we just give us a bit of time to have that conversation and come back.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you. So has it been moved and seconded? All right. Anything further? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. And that moves us nicely to a 5-minute break for those who want to get up, stretch their legs or anything else in the next 5 minutes. And then we'll reconvene, and next up we've got environmental management. Environmental management, Rob, welcome. I'll hand over to you to make any introductory comments to the topics that run from 96 through 104 and are on page 159.
Through the chair, kia ora tātou. Nothing significant to add, just I guess some of those submissions were essentially organisations have geared up following Jobs for Nature, and Jobs for Nature, all of that money runs out in the next couple of years. So some of those requests we're trying to essentially backfill that. We've said no because it's not our role. It's central government's role to do that. I do have some words anticipating Councillor Hill's question. I can do it now or after.
No, just carry on if you can anticipate. That's good.
So Councillor Hill and Maylene have pointed out to me the very blunt nature of Resolution 98. It's a little bit like a rating layer. It is very blunt wording. What we were saying is we don't undervalue the application from Ngāti Tama because they're actually trying to progress our shared partnership here. There's an obligation we have in the Water Conservation Order, and that was so they were leading that approach. I guess what our response is to that is we actually have funding in the long-term plan. We have 15,000 a year for Mataranga Māori monitoring, and that would be tagged to this for the first few years. Also, as part of the write-up from the end of this year, the money that we had allocated for the water conservation this year, we're going to roll forward. So we would have an order of something like around 150,000 to put into this. We have been waiting for this to land for a long time. Unfortunately, 60,000 of that is gone straight away because we have to do clarity monitoring in the first year. So we are anticipating working this, and we will be working with the iwi in Golden Bay, and particularly Ngāti Tama, because I've been doing the lead here. So yeah, just apologies for the bluntness of that resolution. It looks like we dismissed it out of hand.
So in effect, the explanation you just provided is effectively 99 with a greater degree of kind of extra information. And the decline relates to the fact that actually the budget's already there. So therefore we're not providing extra funding into that process over and above what is currently in the budgets.
Yes, we wouldn't be providing as much as desired, but we do have some budget, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you for clarifying. And in terms of the submission from Ngāti Tama for that amount, was that in its entirety going to be for the work that's around the WCO and our partnership there around those obligations?
It was my understanding. So there was also about the training and getting some capacity, because we recognise there's quite a distinct undercapacity in a lot of our community. So part of the money that we have allocated, we expect to, particularly in the first year, to actually develop the cultural health monitoring. So we are expecting a higher spend in the first year as that develops and gets reported, so we can roll to a consistent program. We are waiting for the outcome of a science review around our monitoring, because in my simple mind, I would like to have that landed. So when we're talking about the cultural health monitoring, we can see where the complementary actions can be, rather than we're going in two parallel paths. So yeah, it's a communication issue on my part. It's not a over or under desire on anybody else.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that anticipation and clarification. Councillor Mayling.
So to me, the solution would be to remove 98, because it actually doesn't reflect what's happening, and not have it at all. So, and because 99 reflects what's actually happening better, and 97. So if staff think that's appropriate, I'll be happy to move in that direction.
Yeah. Okay, so you're moving.
Yes, happy to do that.
Okay, with the removal of 98, that is reflected effectively in 99, as long as everyone's clear what that means. It's been moved. Councillor Mayling, seconded Councillor Hill. So I've got Councillor Butler and Councillor McKenzie. Okay. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, I just want to acknowledge the specific funding requests that have come through, particularly, for the environmental work. If I think about, the ceasing of the jobs for nature funding across the whole of the country, if you like. I mean, government invests money, do a lot of work in the biodiversity area. But if you can't carry on doing the pest control and the weed control, in some respects, you may as well not have bothered in the first place. It's a bit like a government setting up 3 waters entities and then deciding that they don't want them any longer and the money's gone down the drain. So, I am sympathetic in that biodiversity area, but I also acknowledge where the council's currently at, and that we're not able to fund it. But some of these environmental organisations, man, we get a lot of work done when we actually mobilise that community volunteer effort, and they're always good investments.
Thank you. Councillor Kinnaman.
Okay, on the same theory of deleting clause 98, should clause 99 be deleted as well, leave 101 as it is? What is the difference? That's what I'm trying to find. This is wasting time, just carry on.
I'm glad you recognise that. I was beginning to wonder, but it's getting late today. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. And I actually know Councillor McKenzie, and we face this all the time, not just in the environmental space. We've got a number of requests around cultural issues, but also social issues from organisations or entities that are set up or setting up in relation to particularly social issues around housing, but a number of other things that ideally should be funded through central government, whether it's through MSD or Honouring a Tamariki or these other funding agencies. And because they aren't, or they're facing cuts or changes, then they come to us. And the fact that we don't choose to fund them doesn't reflect negatively on the work that they do or the value that they add. It's just that, as has been pointed out, we're under significant constraint. And while central government is proposing tax cutting, we, of course, are in the invidious position of having to propose tax increases. So my enthusiasm for funding central government-related costs is limited at best. So it has been moved and seconded. If there's no further comments, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right, so the next, is it the 2? Is it water and wastewater, Alan? That Mike's just water. So Mike Schroer will be back around 3 or after, and so we'll come back to the water supply. So next up, we've got wastewater, And so we have Kim, Pauline. Page 165, items 109, 110. Who is Pauline? Over to you.
I've got no further things to add to that, and so I'm open to questions.
Okay. So it seems reasonably straightforward. Oh, paragraph change. Questions, comments, feedback, or remover or seconder? Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, look, I just, in 27.6, we talk about submitters raised issues around the wastewater overflows. I mean, I think this is a long kind of conversation that's been going on within the council that, on the one hand, it's a prohibited activity, so you can't set any kind of performance target around it because you're prohibiting it. I just, I think we just need to keep open lines of communication with the submitter to help build the general understanding of the council's approach.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Are you happy to move in that case? Move Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Kinnermonth. And yes, if you wish to speak as well.
This clause 109, the trunk main, that links in with the Brightwater well field as well. I thought that was well field was
wastewater. I hope it doesn't connect with the wells. Not a good outcome if it does.
I'll just shut up.
You might want to comment on something to do with the water one when Mike discusses that. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I have an ongoing concern which I continue to raise around the wastewater and the rahui in Motueka, and that what's in the long-term plan doesn't reflect anything other than year 9, year 10 for that project, yet we sit in this quite compromised place in Motueka.
Through the chair, council or our staff, the team can't do anything about the rahui. That is a discussion with iwi. The Motueka wastewater treatment plant process will start once it's approved to commence later in this year. The initial planning around that wastewater treatment, but until that point, the staff managing the wastewater treatment plant are doing what they can.
But when the next weather event comes and we have another breach, do we have the capacity to address it, or will it add to status quo?
Sorry, Trindy, I just had another voice in my ear. Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm not so good on the rewind part. Sorry. So what I was saying is that when we have the next weather event and our system isn't coping currently, I mean, it is at the minute, but we have a breach, we will breach again. Is there anything in the long-term plan that helps with the fact that we know it will breach, alongside the fact that I understand there is work going on for the new?
So is there any interim work that mitigates to some degree the consequences of weather events at the Motueka wastewater treatment plant? Yes, is the question.
So the plant, through the chair, it's my understanding that the membranes gave us issue at the beginning of this year. We've done work they've been replaced. They have taken a freshwater supply out to the plant, which is helping with both membrane performance. So that means that one is not offline and been cleaned. So they have the membranes working at full capacity. I also understand that the operational engineers are looking at trialling different technology within their operating budget that will help with if we had a huge rain event, that they could run the overflows through it and it treats it, so it has a much lower bacterial virus component. But that's in discussions on whether they can trial that, and they are decisions that will be made down the line.
And those trials, membrane issues are included in the operational budget that we're considering currently. Okay, thank you. Right. Anything further? And the good thing is, we don't need to put a rahui in place because it's already there. Okay. Just saying. All right. Someone move, or have we had moved? And seconded, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right, we'll come back to water. Stormwater, 166. Kim, welcome. Ian is not. Is
in the building, but I'm online if you can hear me.
Oh, hello. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. I've got nothing to add to the written material and open to questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So 111, 112, 113, page 166. Mover or seconder, questions, comments? Whom? Mike. Move Councillor Kinnemont. Seconded Councillor Mailing. I understand why no one from Motueka wanted to move it. So, all right, if there's nothing further in terms of the discussion, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Waste management and minimisation, David.
167.
Page 167.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just one update to my report. In paragraph 30.6, there's some discussion around landfill business unit activities. So at a workshop of the business unit last week, there was discussion on cleanfill or class 3 and class 4 facilities for material that's not quite clean, but it's for disposal. There's an indication that it's likely that Ease Valley will open for class 3 materials in the coming financial year, probably September at this stage, and the business unit's also looking at other alternative facilities. Other than that, happy to take questions.
Thank you. I take it because the contaminated soil thing might come up. Does it come up separately, or is
happy to take questions?
And it came up earlier this morning. I think Mike, because I indicated I'd heard that there was no clean fill facilities left in Tasman. Mike indicated he believes there are 3 or 4. He was going to send me the list so that I could pass that on. Okay. And then the only other point I'd make is before we go too far down the path of providing a site, I really want to start from square one and determine whether the rules and the regulations and this, because what we are doing is taking very good soil, better than a lot of the soil that we're using to grow stuff on in the district, and putting it away. So as long as we start from that and then work towards solutions, I'm pretty happy.
Probably just a clarification then, the intent for Ease Valley in particular will be class 3, which is a moderately contaminated soil that does need to be managed. So, and then class 4, absolutely noted all those other parts.
All right, thanks for that clarification. Councillor Butler, Councillor Dowler.
Oh, thank you. Just what's the situation in Golden Bay with contaminated soil for disposal? Is there a collection site? I think there may be at Solly's, but could you just clarify?
So through the chair, the only site that's registered with MFE is our clean fill facility at Rotatai, which we use for roading activities. There's no other facilities registered in the bay. It's possible that others stockpile on site, but if you've got a contaminated soil, then it would need to come back to a facility on this side of the hill.
It's got to come over.
Yeah, so I'm sure the company you mentioned isn't doing anything like that. Councillor McKenzie. Oh, sorry, councillor Dowler.
Yeah, David, a few weeks ago, we were eating lunch, I think, and I had an offline discussion with you and Richard Kirby regarding the replacement of the recycling bins that is in the 10-year plan. And my concerns was that there's a lot of recycling bins out there that probably don't need replacing. And I left that with the possibility that you and Richard were going to talk about a way forward. Is there a way forward to look at that, getting an assessment done on the bins per property or whatever?
So through the chair, that renewal, it's not a renewal because they're not capital items, but that budgeting is from year 5, 6 and 7. It's in at the moment. So the intention would be to have a new contractor in place to discuss with them a methodology for assessing all those bins. At the moment, there's a provision over 3 years to replace the whole stock. And your point's correct. It could be that those bins will last longer and we can defer or reduce that spending. The tricky bit is that it's pretty cost effective to replace everything at once. It gets more cost effective. It's a little bit like water meter replacements. Sometimes it's cheaper to gear up, but that's something we'll need to look at it over the next couple of years. So there's no spend in the first 3 years of the LTP for that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mickey. For you, David, just that expand a little further on the contaminated soils here. We had a discussion at the Landfill Business Unit workshop last week and potentially found a solution going forward. So I think it's important to have the workshop, and Rob was at that workshop and it's important that he's there as well. Just wondering when that might be.
So to clarify, is that a question around East Valley or the other facility for class 4?
More the other facility.
Class 4 related and
yeah.
So my understanding is that the business unit will keep on doing research that they're doing. Correct. And we'll do that jointly with them. Investigate, I think 6 months was the timeline that they were looking at, but I think it's early days at this stage. They're still collecting information on how much is actually out there and how contaminated that material is.
And I think, as the Mayor's alluded, we needed this clarification around this, the different categories is very important. So does that need to wait 6 months for that piece?
That will work through. We'll be working in parallel with the environmental policy team because that's part of the review of the land and freshwater plan change as well.
So can I get? So I'm unclear. So the regional landfill business unit is looking at solutions that they may be able to facilitate or
alongside the regional sewage business unit.
Yep.
Yeah.
All of which I don't mind, except they have a particular set of drivers that aren't necessarily aligned to the most cost-effective way of disposing of it. They have other criteria about revenue and all sorts of things because they're a business unit and they're in business. So I just want to understand in terms of the discussion around the material that is classified class 4, which I think pretty much everyone I talk to agrees really shouldn't be just being putting in landfills. It has a much higher potential use. When are we collectively discussing that? Rob?
My understanding is that will be through the review of the plan change.
Yeah, so way too. That is the time frame is completely
this calendar year.
Right, it's too far away.
I'll come back with you at time on that. That's what I was whispering in my ear. If we can actually combine the conversations.
Yep, right, all good. Okay, thank you. Councillor Shellcrest, Councillor Murray.
Okay. My one's just on the building material waste. It was actually brought up at our Wakefield Community Council meeting. I know there was a trial going on in that space. Is that something that's still happening, and how's that going?
So in the LTP, there's in this current year we have funding to do some of that, and we've got ongoing funding in the LTP as well. In July, we'll be trialling another diversion option at Richmond, and we're also funding. We've been funding. There's a grant for one company to do building deconstruction. So there's a few pieces of work underway at the moment, and the waste minimisation office is working on all of that.
So that's actually happening at the moment. So it's being diverted.
Sorry, no, it's planning for work. Another diversion option in July at one of our facilities, but we're also working with building companies that are actively diverting at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray.
Mr. Mayor, David, I get 30.7. What's happening to the 25,000 of the 100,000 you're not reallocating to community grants? Is that just staying in another budget somewhere? So you're recommending that 75 of the 100,000 from the waste disposal levy moves. What happens? I'm confused a little bit. So what have we previously funded? What are we moving, and what happens with the other 25?
So, I'll clarify. The intention was to increase the budget for waste grants from 100,000 to 175,000 within the activity, that closed account, which is waste minimisation, which then lets that grants subcommittee consider on its merits those larger applications for funding. So the intent is that 75,000 is made up through savings and reprioritisation of other waste minimisation activities.
So the total budget is 175,000, which is administered. Is that administered via the community grant subcommittee for applications that relate specifically to waste minimisation projects?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Anything further on solid waste? If Councillor Mackenzie.
Yep, thank you through the chair. I know we've canvassed this before, but I just want to be clear in my mind. I want to come back to the bin replacements. So it's in years 4, 5 and 6. How much is the 3-year? How much do we have in the LTP for the 3-year program?
From memory, just over $1 million.
Sorry?
From memory, 1.1 million.
1.1 million, okay, for the 3 years. And so what you're saying is that that's the most expensive scenario because that's replacing all the bins over a 3-year period. I guess my question is, it might be the most cost effective, but it's not the most environmentally effective regime. Why would we budget for the most expensive scenario when surely we're not going to do that?
So through the chair, what we need to work out is a way that if we're going to do that on a selective basis, a way of doing that cost effectively, because it is very cost effective to do every bin in a street. It's very straightforward, but it's that response. It's just working through with our contractor how to identify how many bins in that street need collecting and an efficient way of doing that. It's not efficient to do one at a time. You need to make, because the assembly and distribution is quite a large part of the cost if you do it individually.
I mean, I think this is I don't want to get into this today, but I 100% agree with you. I mean, I've got a couple of two wheelie bins. One needed a lid replaced. I rang up, they came and replaced the lid. I don't see it as that onerous to work on. People just saying there are times where you can contact us. Obviously, it doesn't want to be just a free for all, but and the other thing is when we're picking them up, someone just hops on the truck for a day, get a student, just go and make an assessment. They're all out on the freaking side of the road. You can check whether they're in good nick or average nick or bad nick. You can do a percentage. You can pretty quickly work out in an urban situation, 10% of the bins look really knackered and 80% look really good. Do the same thing in a couple of rural routes. That'll give you a starting point. I 100% agree. I think it may be the most efficient and effective. It is by no means the most logical, rational, or appropriate way to do it.
So we could make a decision to reduce it if we wanted to.
Could make a decision to reduce it. So whether you feel you have enough information to reduce it now, I don't know. I mean, David, what's your perspective in terms of it's $1 million budget over 3 years?
So at present, from memory, the allowance is something like $70 per bin and a $7 delivery charge for it. That's what a bulk cost is. On a one-off basis, it's normally about twice that cost. So it's just us going away and finding a sweet spot of making it effective and the most cost-effective way. And the most sensible way of
reframe
doing
the
it.
question slightly differently. Would it be easier to find a sweet spot if we chop the budget in half?
We'll work with the budget you give us, and given it's from
we're not expecting to replace those bins significantly until about 4 years' time.
Yeah, I understand that. It's not in the first 3 years, so it's, we are talking somewhere out. But in terms of indicative kind of what we would like to see done and the conversation you have with the contractor in terms of the kind of influence that our decision making has, I mean, I suspect the contractor in some ways would be quite like to just replace $1 million worth of bins. So would you like to make a suggestion?
I would. I would like that we had an additional resolution in there that reduced the bin replace budget to 50% to 550. Yeah, over 3 years.
Okay. So are you moving the whole resolution with that alteration? Bin replacement, wheelie bin replacement budget in years
4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6.
I can I can look up that budget now and just confirm that I've got the right years for you.
Wording on screen, please.
Yeah, it's coming. Just bear with.
50%, did you say?
Yeah, just by 50% would be fine because that'll self-adjust rather than thinking about the dollar figure. Yeah. Righto. Can you see that, Councillor Greening?
I can, thank you. It's mainly for the public.
Can you see it? Right, all good. Seconded, Councillor Maru. Is there anything further on waste minimize on solid waste? I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Next up, we have coastal structures.
Yes, Mayor, could we park that for a few minutes, just waiting for Jamie to come out of a meeting and maybe move on to the next
museums and heritage. Page 171, items 130 through 135. Museums and heritage. Who is Renee and John?
I don't know how I don't know how we want to approach that. So I think, do you want me to just go line by line or?
No, I don't want to go line by line. Is there any commentary you'd like to make in terms of any of the items contained within?
I think 131, there was a recommendation from the board, and I'm looking to the Motueka councillors here regarding 131. That was at the board meeting, if you recall. There's a recommendation coming through council. So I think I don't think that we need to go back and look at that resolution. I think 131, just to marry up with that recommendation. 132, again, that's the recommendation from officers there is to fund it. So I don't know if you want a discussion about that or make a decision. So, and we perhaps come on to the WOCA after we've done that, if that's okay. So there was a recommendation presented to the community board around the relocation of the service centre. I'm really probably not sure I really want to go into detail in this forum.
131 just notes the request to use the kindergarten building and that the future use is subject to a review.
So you're comfortable with that?
Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, all good.
All right.
So is someone prepared to, there's a number of other items contained within this. The biggest one is 132. Is someone prepared to move something? Oh, sorry, Councillor Dakey did indicate that he wishes.
Yeah, 131 and 134, but in the same category where they're both further discussion really needs to occur. And the question I've got is, I'm supportive of allocating funding to this, but only if it can come from within the existing museum's rate. So I'd really like more info around as if we could put money to this. Is it coming do we have the capacity in the rate that we charge for museums to provide for these? We can get the answer to that, I'm not sure.
I'll let Renee talk, but what I would say is there's a lot of work to do on this from my perception. There's a lot of work to go on with this before we can even land what that could look like. That's the only thing I'd suggest. I don't know if Renee, you want to comment any further?
So it does sound like something that may form part of an annual plan conversation this time next year, as opposed to much detail contained in this long-term plan. I'll come back to Councillor Mailing.
Yeah, well, 132, I don't want us to fund this 1.5 million.
Yeah, I get that. Do you want to move something, or do
Yeah, I want to
you
move
wish to just say you don't like it?
Right. Well, I'll move that we don't fund that 132, and I'm happy to move all the others because there's considerable work to be done before we'll progress.
Okay, so on the basis of that, 132 would change to declines.
Correct.
The others would remain the same.
Yes. And having attended with Councillor Hill, the work that's being done in relation to the waka that was found, and my understanding is there's quite a bit of work to go beforehand, and it's we work not only with the iwi involved, but also Heritage New Zealand, from what I understood. So it'll take some time.
Okay, I'll come to Councillor Hill if she has a comment in due course. Councillor Murray, Councillor Walker.
You want to be a happier second.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor. So 131 to me, there's a whole lot of context that's missing out of what's there. That may have been a request from the District Museum. However, the Community Board had some options presented, which those options have since changed from what I understand. And there was another facility building that was mentioned in amongst all of this. You're talking about a building that probably isn't even fit for purpose, let alone be gifted to somewhere and has to be, there's a whole big story that's not in 131, and I'm not comfortable that 131 is recorded in the way that it is.
So I think what 131 does indicate is there is a lot more work, and it may be big, but I'm not sure what extra wording you need to. Do you want big put in there, or we can accommodate that?
Well, the dialogue was about promises made to start with, and I'll leave it at that. So to me, that's big.
I don't think we can probably resolve that through the content of this resolution. Right. Anything further, Councillor Ledecky?
No, only that you could add 131 and 134 will be further considered through the annual plan. I mean, if you wanted, but I mean, it's mentioned in the room, so yeah.
I think it is inevitably going to be reconsidered over the course of the next 12 months. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thanks, Mayor King. Just a couple of questions in relation to 132. So I take it this money's over and above what we've already promised. I just wonder at staff level, has there been any discussion about this and how likely is Nelson to fund this? Are we going to? What's the situation? That must have been after I left.
Yes, there's been conversation.
Right. That
No observers returned. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Dowler.
Yeah, just further to Councillor Walker's concern, nothing serious, but there is a motion at the Community Board to refer to the Council for a decision regarding the future of the Motueka Service Centre, the old Motueka Library and the Laura Ingram. So I assume that that's going to come to a council meeting.
Correct. It will.
Which won't be in the plan, will it?
Well, firstly, it will come to a council meeting in due course because it was passed as a resolution of the Community Board. What then happens from that period in terms of what the council decides to do. If it involves funding and we don't have any funding allocated, the first opportunity to relook at that will be the annual plan. But yeah, it will have a process up and before then, which may well determine what we might do. Yep. Councillor Shellgrass.
Mine's just around the 132. How much do we give them already? Just
So there's two things. There's the annual operating, which is
900, just over 900, but mid 950, something like that.
And then there's the contribution we've already allowed for towards the ARC facility.
So it's 3.2 was allowed for over a couple of years in the last long-term plan, which has been carried forward into this year. So currently budgeted in the long-term plan is 3.24.
Sorry, yeah, cool.
Thank you. Anything further that's been moved and seconded? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Next up, we have coastal structures or nay? Mike, welcome. Water supply. So we're skipping back a page or a page and a bit. 161 in relation to water supply. Kim and Mike. 161. So it's 105. So there's some capital expenditure recommendations.
Well, just see the discussion about
Yep. Nice. Anything you'd like to add, Mike, or open for questions?
I just open for questions.
Yeah, thank you. So open for questions or moving and seconding. It's fairly clearly laid out, quite specific in terms of what it entails. Councillor Kinnenmonk.
I'd like to move that.
Thank you. Moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Dowler. Given that it contains all of those items and that Deputy Mayor Bryan declared an interest in the start of the meeting in relation to Wairau Dam pipeline, he will move back from the table in relation to this item. So if that's noted in the minutes, is there any further questions or comments? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We are back to council enterprises. Who's doing coastal structures, Alan?
Should be able to handle that. Ian
Okay,
Cone.
Rob and Ian. Yeah, coastal structures, 169, that's 123 of the resolution. So it relates to the Motueka Heritage Wharf in terms of the recognition thereof. Either Rob or Ian.
Nothing further to add. Open to questions.
So I think we just need to add that the community board allocated $10,000 to this thing at the board meeting on Tuesday.
Righto, all good. Tickety boo. I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Right.
Against, carried. Page 179. Nick, Stephen, welcome. Over to you in terms of anything you'd like to add before we open up for questions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, refer to attachment 4 on the aerodrome fees. There's three main aspects to this. We're recommending removing the annual lump sum fee for report.
Hang on,
the report.
back the truck up. Oh. Right, so you've got two things that I know you're desperately keen to jump the aerodrome fees because, you know, you're anticipating that being really straightforward. But that is not the subject of this particular discussion. So this one relates to 124, 125, 126, 127.
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Nothing to add to the resolutions there. I would add that we have offered to look at a floating dock structure that's been requested for a wee while, but it'll be done this financial year.
I love it when someone says they've got nothing to add and then they've got one thing to add. So I actually do have a question. Because we have spent a lot of money at Tarakau. A lot of money. And I note the request around Motueka, and I note the decline, and I kind of understand the reason why, and in terms of timing in relation to the structure plan. But I am struggling a bit with another investment into Port Tarakau. So what exactly? I know it's been requested. Okay, well, I'll come to a Golden Bay councillor. Councillor Hill.
Oh, thank you. Just on the funding request for a floating dock. I mean, a process question to start with around how something gets in when really there's one person primarily has been banging on about this, oh my goodness, we're in public. Yep. One person has been tired. You're advocating very strongly for this, but I don't see that there is widespread support among the other recreational users for it, and how it gets in here. And then we would begin some design and feasibility work based on primarily one person's advocating. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, if there's been other people, and how do we go about saying actually a wider assessment or analysis of the recreational side of things and what's needed gets done more holistically? I don't know if any of that made sense.
No, through Mr. Chair, Councillor is correct. The proposal for a floating dock on the Western Arm has been pushed by one person for at least a year. We've had a preliminary look with Stantec. It is complex and could be expensive, but we've offered to look at the feasibility at no extra cost.
It's real simple. Gone. Any debate that it's gone?
Councillor Butler.
Oh, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, I can add to Councillor Hill's statements that I have sought specifically to see if there's any support among the other rest of the boating community, particularly the boat club, and there is no support for this.
Oh, definitely gone.
So,
I don't know. So 126 just disappears.
I've got a question.
Oh, so I guess we have to decline the funding request. Was it a submission to the annual plan? The 10-year plan? It was. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we have to decline the funding request in any resolution that is moved. Councillor Mackenzie, then Deputy Mayor Bryan.
Yeah, I agree with the decline. I guess my follow-on question though is, so how much were we envisaging that we would be able to pay out of existing budgets? What was our idea in our head around what we would invest out of our existing budgets?
This regarding the floating dock?
Yeah.
We don't actually know what it would cost. It would probably be at least 100,000 up to $1 million, depending on the design and feasibility. There's a very big tidal fall in Port Tarakau, so it would require quite a bit of design to make it work.
What were you anticipating spending on the feasibility study?
Yeah, no, it's a question.
Yes, a feasibility study.
Yeah,
What were you anticipating spending on the feasibility component?
I actually think we could. It won't cost much at all. It's whether it's even possible to do it within a rational or a reasonable amount of money. And we've spoken with the marine engineer at Stantec already. He's had a look at a few designs, but I think it's more or less at no cost.
Okay, so I don't think there's any progressing of that. I think probably what this indicates though is that, we're all in a constrained budget environment, and even considering spending 100,000 plus on a floating thing for one person does indicate, possibly shouldn't have made it this far. Yes. Yes, yeah. Yes. Right. Anything further on this particular topic? On the general, yes. And I'll come back to you in terms of the general discussion.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, specific to that.
I just that I think that there was implicit in one of the submissions about the toilet facilities on the Western Arm. So if there was going to be anything that was actually worthwhile considering, even whether successfully or not, in this long-term plan, it is the toilet facilities on the Western Arm for recreational, as opposed to the to the floating dock.
Okay. Yep. In relation to toilet facilities,
there's 210,000 in the LTP budget for a toilet facility on the Western Arm.
Righto. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Mayor King. Just in relation to 40.3, and I think this was asked for by a number of groups and number of people, obviously a lot more than one, just around the riding opportunities for the riding clubs and pony and horse riders, just in relation to forestry roads. Waiiti's a real sort of destination for them. Understand that there's currently logging, but we will reopen that to trail riders at some stage.
Yes, absolutely. As soon as the harvest operations are complete and it's safe.
Right, thank you. And there's no real other opportunity, obviously Rabbit Island, but yeah, the others for us, it's not so easy, I guess.
Yes, there's if there's wind throw events where you have to close parts of the forest, there is some harvesting in Rabbit Island planned virtually every year, but the big one will be Tunnycliffe. We're doing remedial works in the Howard, and at the moment as we've just finished there.
I think the important thing to note that Waiiti's a real destination for lots of riders from all over the district. So yeah, as soon as you can get that open, that may well take the pressure off other areas. I think some of their submission was looking for new areas.
Yeah, I think the key thing that we covered this morning when we discussed with Jamie was that between commercial forestry and the administration of that, recreation in terms of reserves, Great Taste Trail conversations, Waimea Stop Bank area, all of those conversations, what the council has indicated through its response to the horse riders' submission is that we are willing to look at the opportunities across those different parts of council. So that's reflected, I think, in the feedback on the submission contained in this item. Anything further? Have we got a mover and seconder? Is someone prepared to move with the absence of 126? Well, with the change to 126, Councillor Maru.
I'm happy to move, Mr. Mayor, if I could just comment on, where was it? It was 40.4. So that's not how I remember the discussion going for tiny homes. I understood the submission, the feasibility for that land at Old Wharf Road was for New Zealand Motorhome Association, not a tiny home housing thing. 40.4. Page 179.
179.
So it started as an open feasibility of what could happen there, and then it should have been changed to accommodating the extension of NZMCA, not tiny homes.
Right. Who's providing feedback on that? Because it is quite clear. Council is currently reviewing its land disturbance. Reviewing in relation to for tiny home housing, allocated funding to carry out consultation for an options report in 2023. This is underway. So, Councillor Murray, so I can clarify. So you're happy that there's an options report being done or being worked on, but not the reference
Not
to specific.
not particularly, but it was passed through council.
Okay.
And then Mr. Kirby has been in consultation with the 3 ward councillors and the organisation about possible uses for that land. So
Okay, so if we take out for tiny homes housing from the resolution,
the option report.
Okay.
Correct.
Can we just have that figure confirmed that we actually agreed on that 100K? Because my understanding is that. So are you reading 124 or
Yes, we
how
did.
does that?
Yeah, we did that the other day.
It was a council.
That's the one.
There's a resolution.
So yeah, remove the tiny homes off the one that he was talking about.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, we've taken the tiny homes off the one he was talking
And the
about.
option is in 100K.
This is for the structure plan for the wharf. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're not spending 100K on the options report for the other bit of land.
No.
No. Okay. Everyone clear? It's been moved with those alterations. And a seconder, Deputy Mayor Brian indicated he would. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We'll now take another 5-minute break.
Wait. Not as enthusiastic as Councillor McKenzie.
Just before we reconvene, can we have a resolution to extend the meeting?
I'll move.
Move Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Mailing. All those in favour, please say aye. Next up, we have Māori participation. Renee. Page 172.
Hi. Oh, kia ora. I'm just going to start with declaring a little conflict of interest for item 141. But I don't think it needs discussion anyway. Just noting that I'm a trustee on Te Awhina Marae board. Right. So I just want to point out a few things. 136, we're talking about adding in the full names of each iwi entity. I'm also wanting to take out some reference to specific legislation that refers in the statement of fostering Māori participation in council decision making, refers to specific legislation that was going to be replacing the RMA, but now with the government changes, it's referring back. So I'm just wanting to take out specific reference to that legislation. It's in another document. Yeah. Do you want the page number for that document? No. Okay. And number 137, I think this can actually come out. Mana whakahono agreements are actually something that are initiated by iwi. And the point around this comment was that the iwi don't have the resource to be initiating mana whakahono at the moment, but it's something that could come in the future. So I'm proposing to remove that one. 138 is fine. 139. So just noting that on the day of submissions, Jane Fu presented this for the Culture Council and they were the last to speak and they were rushing through their slides. We ended up with a note that staff will continue to liaise with them to look for other means and how we can support. But going back through the actual presentation, there is a request for 50K per annum for 2026 and 2027 because the group needs 400,000 upfront in the bank to host. She did point out that this event will be bringing 30 to 40,000 people to the region, and I think the last one brought in 25 million for that region that was holding it. Noting that Nelson has committed 150,000. There's no indication from Mulberry yet as to what they're putting in for this, and the location hasn't been specified yet.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments, feedback? Councillor Hill.
Thanks, Renee. In terms of, so I think I misread 137. So the thing about the constraints is from the iwi side?
Yeah, the resource constraints.
Okay. Because there's been an interest from an iwi?
There hasn't been interest yet. One iwi that did submit on this,
Yeah.
Matakuia, they mentioned a mana whakahono, but also mentioned that there's no resource available to carry out the initiation of it.
And there isn't a sort of wider.
There's no appetite from
That's
others
interesting,
for
isn't
this
it?
year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Which was that clause that you said was no longer applicable when you were talking just?
It's in the statement of fostering Māori participation in council decision making, which forms part of the long-term plan.
137 comes out.
Oh, 137 comes.
Yep.
No.
Yep, 137 comes
Yeah,
out.
yeah, 137
Yeah,
comes
that's
out.
the
But it's
one.
136 that I'm wanting to change a bit of the wording, reference to legislation. So the paragraph reads on page.
Sorry, the full new agreement or the statement will come through to the council to adopt at the end of June. So we don't need to sort out the exact wording now. That will happen then.
Okay.
It's just removing a reference to the Spatial Planning Act and the Natural and Built Environment Act because they actually don't. The government's
Exist.
slipping
Yep,
back to
okay.
RMA.
Yep. All right. Cool. Councillor Murray, then Councillor Hill.
Yes, Mayor, I'm happy to move with the addition of for 139 and grants $50,000 for years 1 and year 2 towards the event. I have no idea where. We've had some others we didn't know where it was coming from either.
Is it year 1 and 2? 1 and 2 or 2 and 3?
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
26, 27.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Maley? Yes, 2 and 3. Now Councillor Hill.
Got a question about the LDP engagement. So I thought we engaged quite early with the iwi with LDP. I remember people, was it Jenna was maybe leading that at that point, and it just seemed like
we tried.
We tried.
We tried.
So okay.
But
There's also feedback. Sorry, Alan. Feedback coming back to say wanted earlier engagement, but I thought we were there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we've engaged, probably 2 years trying to get, iwi engaged and tried various methods along the way. It may be that at the very end of this process, the penny sort of dropped in terms of the significance, and so hopefully that puts us in a good position to start that engagement earlier next time. But we certainly have tried on multiple occasions.
The feedback, the feedback I got at the last chairs meeting was that they really appreciated they absolutely recognised we'd attempted, we'd tried, we'd put resort, they did say something along the lines of what Alan said, that perhaps quite pick up the importance of certain parts of it. I think the other point they made is it's such a vast document. It covers so many areas, not all of which they are integrally interested in. But because it's such a big process, and so again, I think we could probably look at how we did it, but I think there was absolutely a recognition that we had made every attempt to include, provide opportunity, etc. So
yeah, because that was the point of the early engagement, was trying to get the relevance through. And just in terms of the $50,000, where does that come from?
Grants.
Somewhere in Motueka, is it? No.
I'm assuming it would have to be additional rates funding to.
It could come from grants. In terms of the grants budget, what is the events related component? I just think, well, if the resolution passes, then general rate is the default place. But again, depending on,
I think the events category is only about 15.
And I'm just interested in how sorry, just wondering. So the $50,000 is a good idea. Just wondering about the number.
That's what they requested, right?
Oh, but you've added that in. There wasn't a number.
No, there was no number included in the resolution. There was no number included in the resolution. And Renee said in her introduction, it didn't come through in the oral submission. When they went back and looked at the written stuff, that was in the request.
I don't mind.
Yeah. The only slight caveat I have in this is, again, we've kind of on one thing, we've just decided yes, based on a submission. Normally, in terms of So I don't want to open the door that every event now that goes, oh, I don't know how we'll do this. So again, I think we just need to think through how it's funded, where it comes from, and this. I've got no issue with the intent of the resolution. So we need to be a bit careful about opening up every annual plan, 10-year plan. We just every event going, can we have? So
Have you got a second up?
it was seconded by Councillor Mailing. Yep.
So it's a new one that we need to flag for Matt.
Yeah.
This is not a new one and two.
Yeah, it'll have a map flag. Yeah. Councillor Walker, then Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, through Mayor. So 140, Motueka Matawhiti, might have pronounced it wrong, sorry. They're asking for a suitable location, but my understanding was they wanted some pūtea to go with it. Are we aware of that?
No, they didn't request funding. They have had received funding in the past and they were grateful for that, but they were looking, it was more around access to get into the water easier in Motueka. So whether that's a facility or access across.
I actually specifically asked them that at the hearing in Motueka. And they said, no, it was all about access, a suitable place to get to the water without having to go out to Kaitiritiri, which is obviously quite a trundle.
I found the idea of it coming from the existing grants budget was left hanging.
Just looked it up, if I may, festival and events is 35,000.
So
that would mean it would be all go, and normally when there are about 3 to 5 to each organisation.
Okay, it's
well, maybe half of it could come from the.
So I think let's wait and see what the map flag says in terms of where we find ourselves overall. I mean, it's small beer in the grand scheme of things, but as we know, it all ultimately adds up. Anything further? So it's been moved and seconded with addition that Councillor Maru has included and the change to 137. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right. Thank you, Renee. Economic development. Sean, Alan. Cool. Lucky you, Alan.
Yeah, I'm back again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously this is kind of somewhat linked to the financial sustainability choice we talked about earlier, and in option B we were looking at potentially stopping funding this, but given that confirmed option A, we're into continuing to fund these organisations. Whilst I haven't made a specific recommendation around it, NRDA have raised the issue of a couple of issues. One around the statement of intent, and that's, I guess, at the moment that's determined by Nelson City, because NRDA is a CCO of Nelson City. We are often consulted by Nelson City, but don't really have huge amounts of control over that statement of intent. And I guess that's the thing that sort of drives where we're focusing, where we want to focus their work. And then secondly, they've also raised the issue of that current organisational and governance arrangement where they are a CCO of Nelson, but funded by Nelson, by us, and suggesting that it might be a good time to have a further conversation around that. That arrangement does create some particular problems for NRDA in terms of potentially being able to take a truly combined regional approach when most of their funding and their owners, if you like, are Nelson City. So I'm suggesting that's a process that we initiate. And then in terms of the funding, really just suggesting that we confirm the kind of existing level of funding for the 4 organisations. That's what's already currently built into the long-term plan. The Motueka Promotions Association certainly give us some options to provide a bit more funding and for them to provide a wider range of services. Again, just with the financial constraints that we're under, my recommendation is not to go down that track. And we also had a request from Te Awhina to support some of their economic development work. Again, my recommendation is not to do that, but potentially to ask NRDA to work with them to sort of understand what it is they're trying to do and how that might contribute to the regional economy. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for that summation. So in relation to the discussion you had about the shareholding ownership statement of intent, that would just be wording that indicates an openness / willingness to consider or discuss. So no.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think something along those lines to kick it off.
Yep. Okay. Open for comments, queries. Councillor Mailing, then Councillor Kinnemont.
Well, I'll just talk about the NRDA and then I'll leave the table. So I was lobbied by one of their directors about joint ownership. And I asked him a question in relation to how much they spend on tourism and supporting the tourist business. And then I asked that same question in the deliberations and I got the same answer, 40% during the submissions process. And that's the bit that concerns me. Because I can remember some 12 years ago, this council used to try and collect a rate for tourist businesses, and it was very, very difficult. And tourism is a really mature industry, and the beauty in our district is people come here because of the location and our national parks and our spectacular scenery and our outstanding natural areas. And actually, for some of our residents, all those tourists actually create a problem because they clog our roads. Some of the freedom campers don't spend enough money, and they tend to make a mess and all sorts of things. But its simple fact is, we shouldn't be spending 40% of this money on tourism, and I'm dead against that. But Kanoa and the development of their industries and new industries, and specifically the blue economy, makes sense to me, but not 40% on tourism. So that's the problem that I have with NRDA.
And the way to influence that is to become a shareholder in a company and influence the statement of corporate intent.
Correct. What I was about to start.
So
with that, I'll now leave the table because I am a trustee of the business trust in a private capacity,
which clearly funds no tourism businesses. I'm sure they're all going to get the chop. Anyone who's being funded by the Nelson Tasman Business Trust, if you're interested in tourism, don't apply. Yeah. All right. You're welcome. It's open for discussion. Councillor Butler, then Councillor. Oh, sorry, it was Councillor Kinnemont and then Butler, but Councillor Butler, then Kinnemont.
Well, I'm happy to move this. Nels, the NRDA seems to be at a sort of level of survival or not survival, and I wouldn't like to see it not survive at this stage because it actually does a lot of things for us, particularly the Moana economy. And I don't know about that 40% on tourism. I know that's what you were told, but I don't know. I'd want to have that quantified. But anyway, so I support this. I think it's important to actually prop up these organisations that do provide for tourism to some extent.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you. Through the chair. Am I wrong? Nelson Tasman Business Trust runs a Santa parade.
No.
Who?
Santa Parade Trust.
No, they're okay.
What's that?
The Nelson Tasman Santa Parade? No, they don't. Okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
That's it. If the Santa Parade was run by the Nelson Tasman, clearly there'd be no question. Councillor Dowler, then Councillor Doki.
Like a second.
Thank you, Councillor Dowler. Councillor Doki, then Councillor Murray.
Yeah, supportive of it. Just it'd be great to, especially in regards to being a shareholder, to have a sit down, think about how we can get away from having to repeat this process of coming here every time and having them. I mean, I like Fiona and the team, but you can only have so many printed booklets in a year. So it'd be great to look at a new model, and I think there's some ideas out there for a new model of funding and sitting with under another entity, possibly. I'll be supportive of looking at that.
Yeah, I think that exactly that any conversation about ownership, structure, funding would need to be quite inclusive of all of those different components rather than just a discussion about ownership. Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just in terms of Motueka eyesight, so one of the things that they do is that map, and that so they do get buy-in from the tourist sector in terms of that promotion map. And funny enough, that was the only tool I had to secure the New Zealand arts competitions way back from Motueka. When I went looking everywhere, that was the only organisation that could actually give me something to take up north and promote Motueka. So whilst we mightn't collect that rate, and there was an attempted merger a few years ago with Aotearoa Motueka, the members certainly do pay through that promotions map that benefits our region, not just Motueka. So I support.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shellcrest.
Yeah, just more of a comment. I've been lucky enough to go and have a look around at the NRDA and just see what they're doing there. And I believe there's some real opportunities moving forward in that enterprise space for Nelson and for Tasman District. So yeah, I'm definitely keen to support that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Greening.
I think historically, when we were a shareholder, the council here was dissatisfied with the performance of that arrangement, and for that reason exited being a shareholder. And I would have to say, after that exit, I think the performance actually improved, and they were much more focused on delivering things for Tasman, rather than as a secondary incident of focusing on Nelson. So I'm quite comfortable actually continuing the current arrangement, as long as we are clear what we are buying and what we want and how much it will cost us. And I see no reason to get involved in the messy entrails of ownership. So I would avoid that.
Okay, I mean, any conversation about those options is obviously a subsequent conversation. That's not, that wording would just indicate that we'll look at it as opposed to a commitment to undertake it. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to follow on from Councillor Green with 2 or 3 questions, if I may. Just in relation to the amounts, is that inflation adjusted or not? And is it for a 3-year term like we've had previously, so we don't have to do this each year?
Sure. So the resolution is to inflation adjust them, but we haven't been doing that for the last 3 years, and effectively they've been going backwards because our funding has been going backwards because of that. So yeah, certainly including the inflationary funding. Our anticipation and what we've done previously would be to enter a 3-year funding agreement, and then have a look at that again at the next LTP.
Yeah, sometimes things left best as they are, don't rock the boat can be quite effective sometimes as well. And particularly Nelson Tasman's Business Trust, they alluded to an entity in the Tasman region that had really helped them to know they're continuing to help that person quite significantly. So they do good work.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I thought he wasn't at the table. He's speaking through you.
No.
Oh, I thought you were tethered. Righto. Thank you. Is there anything further? It's been moved and seconded. No, is there a mover and seconder? Yeah, I thought Barry did second. That's all right. All those in favour, please say aye. Next up, community partnerships. Brilliant. Welcome. Again, so format kind of, if there's things you want to add to the either anything contained in the report or in terms of the specific recommendations in the agenda, you can. Otherwise, open for questions. So.
Yeah, there's no changes. So open for questions.
Okay, thank you. So this is page 177 and it's items 145 through 152. Councillor Dakey.
Item 147, which is it declines to increase the funding for community grants. Just want to check, and I had this confirmed, but want to double check that it is adjusted for inflation annually going forward, because it says decline, but there will be an adjustment for inflation? Yes. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers, comments, questions?
That's probably me. I'm not sure if Barry wants to speak about Kohatu Park. Just let councillors around the table know that Councillor Dowler and myself met with them and discussed a number of issues relating to their resource consent and give them some advice around that. It appears that some of their conditions of consent may be unworkable in their current form and they may have to do a variation. So, and some of them, and this is where I just have to pull back from the table if there's any discussion around Oliver's Road and the practicality of having like 30 metres setback from the carriageway in a forest is nigh on impossible. Yeah. And where there's banks and the like. So anything further you want to add there, Barry?
Yeah, just as they spoke in their submission was that the fact that they have a dust issue with the entrance road, and part of that dust issue is on Oliver's Road where it hasn't been formed and sealed properly. There's a plan for it to be done, and they were asking for a half funding. They'd do the rest themselves of a figure that would be put out there, and yeah, it would be a big help to them if they got that. They're under some quite strict regulations regarding counting traffic movements in and out. I think they quoted $2,000 for the traffic counter for one day. Be set up and recorded, etc., etc. So they're looking at changing that somehow to do that sort of thing. A weather station that they've been plonked with under the resource consent, which they agreed to, which is about 7,000. So I've suggested that they go to the forestry company and get them to pay half, because forestry company will benefit as well. They're really trying hard to work on it, but the road is one of their bigger obstacles at the present time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the resolution as is, but to make a comment in terms of if we were ever to increase the community grant pool, then I think that's where really for-worthy organisations should go. But so perhaps as part of the review, that review doesn't just look at multi-year funding, but where is the best impact for the community grant money? Is it lots of $1,500, $2,000 grants? Is it for considerable projects for a 3-year period? So I'd be more comfortable down the track when, if there was ever that opportunity, increase the community grant pool, but don't address it through the long-term plan. Let the community grants committee allocate where need is, but just review that criteria. So happy to move.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved, seconded. Councillor McKenzie, just want to chase through this. In terms of the submission by Fifeshire Foundation,
Firewood.
Was that
Firewood?
Yeah.
It was Mary.
Yeah, so that, yeah, so it's not, but it's not specifically reflected in the resolutions, is it?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the current situation with Fifeshire Foundation?
Through the mayor, I think the person who represented the Fifeshire Foundation was a founding member and perhaps not a board of trustee member anymore. But the request, the discussion that we got through that was perhaps it was a better use of the council's firewood out of Rabbit Island, and they could fundraise.
Yeah, I 100% remember that conversation.
That's in the text somewhere.
It is included. You're right. In terms of the because there was a period where effectively we gave them like a bulk amount. I think it was 15 grand, and then they distributed it to their various. Is that still the situation, or Councillor Walker?
Through you, Mayor, they apply through community grants along with gazillions of other people for the same pocket of money, which we never seem to increase.
Okay, so we now distribute to all whoever we think in whatever amounts we think, as opposed to giving them the money to then distribute. Okay, and that's not suggested being changed, but we are suggesting looking at the way the firewood thing works and maybe an opportunity for them to be involved in that. Okay, all good. Thank you for that clarification. It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further questions, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. Sorry, 181, other matters raised by council staff. This runs from 153 to 165. Matt / Alan.
Yes. There's a bit to these. I'll take them as read.
Recommendations whether they
Speaker, please. Speaker, please.
Sorry, my bad. Apologies. There are a number of agrees, and approves. Then there's a couple of agrees or disagrees. Obviously, we have to make a choice.
Yeah.
For all the approves and agrees, are they inbuilt into the 11.5?
Being clear, yeah. So resolutions 153 to 157 are included in the 11.5% that you saw at the start of the day.
Yep.
From then on, you get into your property, salary lag, etc. So you could take those first 5 as a one, and then perhaps join up a few of the others depending how quick.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll take 153 through 157. In terms of the property, the 500,000 is built in, but any variation on that is not.
No, sorry, to 157 is built in. So the 158, whether it's 500 or 1.5, will be on top of, will change the 11.5.
Okay, all right, good clarification. So everyone clear about that? So above 158 is included in the starting figure. Everything beyond that would alter the starting figure in one direction or another.
And look, I've just seen one sort of out on its own there. That 162 is actually included in the starting position as well. The audit adjustments that we were required to do have been made and are reflected.
Yeah. Okay. All good. Thank you. So that goes
everything
above
else
the
is
line.
smooth. Yeah.
Righto. So we'll take it in 2 chunks. We'll take it down to 157 and including 162, i.e. those things that are already inbuilt into the starting figure. Any comments, feedback, questions, or is someone prepared to move? Moved, Councillor Mailing. Councillor McKenzie. Happy to second. Any further discussion? I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right. Now, so we have the items 158 through 165. Well, 165's note, so really not important. Well, important, but not financially impactful. So I guess the first one is the selling of surplus property, and there was a conversation about this yesterday. And is there any additional information that we require before we embark on a conversation about it?
Over to Nick.
Just through the me while waiting, Nick, who can give you a lot of detail. The $500,000 was because there was a property, at least one property that looks like it's A, available for sale, and B, is probably not likely to be objected by the community or any councillors, fingers crossed when I say that. And there is a longer list of other properties that we own. Whether the council would have an appetite for disposing of them is probably there's a need for a debate on it. But if you were, I guess our off the hoof recommendation, if you were to add to that $500,000 in year 1, that we would recommend you program any future sales in year 2 onwards, so that we can have that discussion and debate, and you can make calls about the trade-offs between various sales of properties and so on and so forth. And to give to you one really concrete example of that tension, potentially at the top of Nick's list here would be the land in Mapua along Tahi Street and Aranui Drive, some of which the commercial zone in particular, but the kite parks, that's the residentially zoned part of it, through the Mapua master plan, we were going to propose that becomes reserved long term, because that is what the community's indicated. So those tensions that run through that. So yeah, just wanted to stress that there is a list, but
so I don't really want to debate a list.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, exactly.
I really don't want to debate a list. I don't think that's the purpose of this conversation. We 100% have to debate the list or the properties that might come up in due course. the fundamental purpose of today is to determine, like, $1 million of property is actually not that much in the grand scheme of property values today. So I'm pretty confident that, you know, with a little bit of thinking, we could probably find that sort of money. I take your point about how much we schedule in year one, just because of the time it will take, and inevitably some of the properties will require consultation processes to sit around, and they may require a number of other things in order to prepare them for sale or get them in the best place of value. And the point that Councillor Greening also raised yesterday is you do have to be careful that we're not just putting stuff on the market just because, you know, in a relatively short term because of the value situation. So I don't want to get into a list, and I want to try and prioritise. I don't want any of that. I just want the debate about what that figure should be in what years. So if we stick at that level, and we had a bit of a discussion yesterday, and that may or may not change in today's discussion. Councillor McKenzie.
10 would be year 1 $1 million, year 2 1.5 million, year 3 1.5 million.
Well, again, there's caps and caveats and targets and all the rest of it, but until you see them, the properties don't neatly fall into 1s and 1.5s. Inevitably, properties will come up. It's just an indication for budgeting purposes of what we expect staff to go away and work towards. It's almost inevitably not going to be exactly $1 million or 1.5. It's going to be another figure. So again, let's just keep it at that strategic level. Councillor McKenzie, are you moving in that direction?
And to be clear, we don't want you to drive the price down, just to fit within the amount. That's a joke.
No, good point. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Bryant. Open for discussion. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I don't think you need to specify any numbers in years out. I don't think that's in any way meaningful. You've got an annual plan process, which I assume you'll come up to, and you can execute these disposals whenever you want, and it will just benefit the bottom line. Given we've all agreed that it will go to debt, I don't see any advantage in indicating the amounts we're going to dispose of. I think the important part is that council will engage with a review and identify properties before the end of the financial year and look to a program of disposal. That's all we really can say.
Thank you for your feedback. I think Matt would like some budget figure to put in there in order for him to facilitate and assess the debt limits and the dynamic cap or otherwise. So, Councillor Kinnemont.
What about putting the value up to 1.5 million? Does it matter? No.
Like I said, whether Councillor Greening's right in the first year a piece of property is worth 3.6 million comes up, we'll consider that. If the property in the first year is 789,000 and I think we just have to work with what we got. The direction is the important thing that we're providing. Anything further? Councillor Walker.
So will we have what Councillor Greening said, a program of disposal, or will we just sell these off willy-nilly ad hoc where we find that there could be a slight appetite somewhere? Like, it's all very good to come up with these figures, but how do we derive around?
So there will have to be a report back to dispose of property. The council staff will have to identify those properties. There may be more, and we may have options of this one, that one, or a combination of. We will have to consider what else they might be used for, what they're currently held for, any implications of how we receive the properties, what their current zoning. I mean, gosh, there's a lot of stuff to go around it. But there will be a process that we will be involved with. It will not just be an ad hoc fire sale of bits of property because someone wakes up one morning and decides they want to sell them.
So can I have some reassurance that every option will be on the table, not just Apple, and then we find out when we go upstairs there's others?
Well, I'm not sure I can guarantee that every bit of property will be provided as a suite of options. We will expect council staff to bring us back a list of priorities. It may be that other councils or councillors have other bits that they're aware of that obviously they can inject into the conversation. But I think the key thing is we'd expect a fairly comprehensive look at what we have, what it's held for, what its future use is, and the ones that would be the highest priority you would assume are those that don't have an expected future use and, blah, blah, blah. So I don't think we can foresee all of the machinations, but There will be a process.
Councillor
Councillor Shellcross.
Yeah, my one's just around the sale of properties. When was the last time we sold a property and what was it worth? Yeah. Yeah.
Last
How much though was that one?
750
Yeah.
grand.
But before that though, sorry, like recently, do we sell them? Have we sold many properties? I just need to know that.
Through Mr. Chair, going through the records, council did sell quite a few properties around about 2012.
And I'll give you the best example of property the council sold, and it's a long time ago. The council owned all the land in the middle of Brightwater. Everything from the domain to the school, the whole lot. And they sold it. And guess what they used it for? Just guess. So again, I agree with the direction to look at selling property, but I do have a massive caveat over what if I think about Brightwater's development now and think how nice it would be to own at least a portion of the land in the middle with the school, the domain. And hindsight is 2020, but knowing what's happened in the past, I absolutely think there are properties we can sell, but I'm really cognizant of looking back and people go, "Oh my goodness, you sold what? You owned," and at the time it was paddocks. They needed a building. I 100% understand the logic, but hindsight. So we just have to learn from history and make sure that what we sell, we really take the time to ensure that it is the right thing for the right reason. Okay, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, I'm not that comfortable with 158 as it is up there. I just worry that we're going to end up selling too much property just for the reason that you say that we would regret it later. So yeah, I'd like it to be less than that.
Councillor Vaki.
Yeah, just clarify. It's a decision about the use of the land. If there's underutilised, underperforming land that's sitting for an unintended purpose, a wasteland, we wouldn't want to keep it. This review, would look at that. It's not going to identify prime land that we use. We're not looking to fire sell stuff. We'd be looking to improve return on it or get rid of assets that we no longer use at all, or things we intended to use for that have changed purpose that the community might actually be able to utilise instead of us. So I don't have any fear about numbers. I think quite comfortably within Richmond, we might have several properties that are historic that we're actually underutilising and the community would be far better off with. I don't see any real risk in this. We're not obligated to sell stuff.
And ultimately it'll be our decision. Our decision, like this is not going to be sold without our approval. And if we choose not to sell it, there'll be a deficit in the budget at the end of the year if we haven't sold that amount. Conversely, we might sell property worth more, in which case it'll be a sale. So yeah, I wouldn't panic too much at this point about what it means.
So the word intention is
correct. It is intention. Correct. Because nobody may want to buy it. We may put it on the market, no one buys. I mean, we can't foresee all of these things. Okay. Councillor McKenzie.
Okay, just moving on. I just want to double check with you, Matt. 159 and 160, which I'm happy to agree to both of those. So they're not built into the 11.5 though.
No. Through Mr. Mayor, no, these were levers that you could use to reduce further.
Okay, so you're happy to move 158 and the rest?
Speaker, please.
Sorry, Councillor McKenzie, just confirming you're moving 158, 159, 160. What about 161?
Yeah, I'm happy to go through to 165.
Okay, cool. All right, all good. So all of those.
The 159, 160.
Yeah, 159, 160, 161, 163, 164.
So, procedural question.
Yes.
If you don't agree with one of them and therefore you are voting against them, that means you voted against.
You are. I mean, I'm happy to take. So if people would like, if there's a specific.
Because I think they need to be separated because they're very different topics.
Look, I'm happy to take them. Well. Yeah, is there one? I don't really want to take them all individually, but is there one specific one you're
Well, I think, I'm being consistent here, concerned about increasing a salary lag, which I thought staff were trying to manage down. And again, the inflationary consultancy budget. So you're agreeing to.
So we're agreeing to increase the
remove
lag,
inflation.
which is to reduce the cost, and we're agreeing to remove inflation on consultancy budgets. So they both are heading in the direction that I think you would support them heading. Whether that's the extent or not, different question.
So just out of interest, procedural question. It's more a general question, really. But what is our current salary lag? Because most organisations run at 3% for that.
Yeah, ours is 2% approximately. So this would take it up to 2.2.
So what would be the saving?
The
250K.
250K, yeah.
On top of the 800K, 850K currently.
For 2%.
Yep. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. The mover is happy to take all of them, which I'm happy to proceed with. So any further comment? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Financial impact statement rating maps.
So, Mr. Mayor, before we go on, again, just in terms of helping us through the timeline and process, it might be a good opportunity if there was anything else raised in submissions that councillors want to raise that have a financial impact. This might be a good time to do that before we move on to these, which have a much lesser financial.
Is there anything we haven't covered? I think we've had a fairly comprehensive go at everything. Councillor Walker.
So yesterday, yesterday in the workshop, we did talk about Abbeyfield and their PAN charges. I'm quite keen to continue having some dialogue around that.
Fear that may have been covered.
No, so it is one of the things coming up in the next
coming up.
It's coming up in the next
Relatively
year, so.
minor impact, apparently, for the overall budget, not for Abbeyfield. All right, so that is coming up. Thank you, Alan. So we'll move now on to the next lot of things, starting at so out of order financial impact statement rating maps 50. 51. So yeah, it's a number. So refuse and recycling map, river rating maps, etc. Too late. What is it?
I just wondered in terms of the IHL dividends, have we had any movement or discussion or anything that needs to be updated in the LTP?
I don't think so at this point. No.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, not that I'm aware of. Because it was involving both councils and the timing, that there was we weren't able to get something that we could actually act on. So if I would imagine it would come back as part of the 25-26 annual plan.
And so our budget includes an assumption of the dividends that we have budgeted for.
Yes.
So that they maintain the dividends that they currently have.
Like not the special dividend?
No, so if any special dividend does arise, it would be over and above the budgeted items. I'm not sure that's the same for our cousins. So I'm not sure how they've budgeted or what our next door neighbours.
That's my point. There need to be some kind of consistency. I mean,
well, not really in terms of budgeting. There doesn't need to be. I mean, it's their call as to which side of the risk you want to be on. And then there'll obviously be a comment, and ultimately we will receive the dividend that we receive. And if that's more, then if you have a budget for it, yeah. So all good. Right. Rating maps.
146, Alan. Rating maps.
52.
Righto. You're just.
I can work it out with them, I believe.
52.
52.
Right. Anything to add?
No.
Okay. Righto. Any comments in relation to those items? If not, yep. Move. No, so no one has. Move, councillor Hill, seconded councillor Murray. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Rates, remissions, policies, so slightly out of order, so 68, 69, 70 pages.
Page 59.
Okay. Someone move. 59.
Do you want me to address Abbeyfield?
Is this, yes, very good, good prompting. Abbeyfield.
So Abbeyfield, I know that they have submitted particularly on the PANs. We do actually have a remission policy. That's our new one, our social housing and Papakāinga policy that we're proposing to implement from 1 July. It doesn't address PANs in particular. It is a 50% remission on the general rate. My advice would be to stick with the 50% on general rate, because PANs, although that impacts Abbeyfield in particular, you will have other organisations that can apply under this policy. So by sticking to the 50% of the general rate, it kind of offsets the PANs, but you're then also helping other organisations who might not have a PAN issue but have another issue. Maybe they're in X or Y rivers or something different. So happy to take further questions.
Okay, so Abbeyfield benefit from the 50% general rate reduction? Okay, so effectively they're treated like everybody else.
So under the new policy, you either have to be a chip, or if it's Papakāinga like a chip to be able to apply under the policy, Abbeyfield are a registered chip.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Comments, councillor Murray.
Thanks, Mr. Meakin. So the 50% rate remission for Abbeyfield, will that be the same as addressing the PAN charges? Is it similar in terms of monetary value?
I looked at Abbeyfield, Golden Bay, and yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Okay, could you just give us a little, not right while you're sitting there, but if you've looked at it and you thought they were similar amounts in terms of the impact, if you could just forward those through or provide them tomorrow morning.
Yes, I can do that, and I'll look at Mochwake at Abbeyfield as well.
Okay, think that'd be really useful. Councillor Walker and Councillor Dakey.
I'm not so sure that they shouldn't be able to apply for both, to be fair. If you're bringing something in for all social housing, and we've had a request from one group for something specific.
I think we're not providing a discount for PANs for anybody else either, are we?
No, but that was a request from them to come to the long-term plan from the 1st of July's proposal on social housing and their 50% off general rates.
So, they may well want more on top. So on top of, all I'm trying to confer is in terms of the fairness question at the moment, everyone's being treated equally. Now, whether that's what we want to do or not, but Abbeyfield aren't being singled out for a different set of concessions or remissions than other community housing providers. I guess that's all I'm trying to clarify. And the other advice is that by offsetting the general rate, it would have us. So if we did both, obviously it would be twice as beneficial. But in terms of the general rate, it would be equivalent to giving them a 50% discount on their PAN charge, if that was their request. So, I mean, the council's obviously open to making other decisions, but I'm just trying to clarify they're not being treated differently than other community housing providers.
I just want to add a little bit more context, and that this isn't the first time that Abbeyfield has come here requesting this. So yes, I acknowledge that from the 1st of July, they could get this nice to have, the 50% off the general rate. But for many years, they've been coming to us about these PAN charges. So I just felt it needed some air time.
100%. And pardon? So basically, we've brought in the 50% discount on general rates, which applies to Abbeyfield and other community housing providers. Abbeyfield asked specifically for a reduction on the PAN charge. The staff advice is, if you did it on the PAN charge, you could do it on both. That would be open to the council to do, but we would have to assess the implications on the PAN charge and everything else if you applied it across everyone. but in effect, it has the same effect. They have the same sort of discount as they would have got if we'd done the pan charge. If you did it pan charge instead of general rate, Abbeyfield would benefit more significantly than most other community housing providers just because of their structure. So the advice I think I took was that if you use it on a general rate, it treats them all very equally. If you do the pan charge, it would fall quite variably. The option remains for the council to consider doing both, but we would have to understand what the consequences of doing that were. Councillor.
I don't know if there's any sense in what I'm about to say or not, but
It is at the time of day where sense does start.
yeah, I've had one too many cherry bites as well. So that's great if they get the reduction in terms of the general rate. I'm just thinking about their situation with how many pans they do have and sort of their setup generally, and I just can't quite work out what other chips are like. And if
Can I suggest, given we are likely to have a little bit of time tomorrow, that on this specific issue, we get a little bit more detail about the general rate reduction, what that means for the two, et cetera, et cetera. So we actually have some figures a little more. So I'm not sure if they can.
And just around that, the vast that they might be considered as one dwelling.
Yeah.
That's their belief. Now, there might be rules or reasons why it doesn't, but if we're going to have clarification, that would be nice too.
Okay. Is that doable in terms of?
Yeah, that's doable. I'll do it all tomorrow rather than
Yes.
answering any particular questions today.
100%. Yep. I think that would probably be easier. Okay. Thank you. So we'll come back to that. So those rates remissions policy. So if we just leave those three things there, noting that the only real issue in contention is the issue around Abbeyfield / pan charges and right, good. Postponement of rates and remissions on Māori land, page 148. Anything to add to? Nothing further. It's all pretty self-explanatory in those three items. Someone prepared to move? Move, Councillor Hook. Seconded, Councillor Kinnamonth. All those in favour, please say aye. Right, now policy related. Oh, these are for day 3. Blimey. Crikey. Right. Oh, so just for clarification, tomorrow we will start again at 9:30. Matt will bring through some of the financial updates on the indications or the decisions in principle that we've made today. And anything we don't quite get through today, we'll also come back to tomorrow. But hopefully we won't end up being here all day tomorrow, given how much we've got through today. So community facilities funding policy. Pardon? Oh, I'm going to that first, am I? Okay.
Resolutions 78
and 79. Kim, Dwayne, Kim.
Thank you. Yes, no.
Page 155.
Page 155.
Yeah.
Resolution 78 and 79.
Nothing to add?
Nothing to add. No changes. Thank you.
Move Councillor Hill. Seconded Councillor Mailing. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Back to community facilities funding policy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 145. So, so we obviously had a number of submissions on this. I guess most of them, some people took the opportunity just to promote one or the other of the facilities we're looking to fund. I guess the key kind of points for debate and discussion here are suggestions that we add or include Marai in the policy, in the range of facilities that we've defined as community facilities for the benefit of this policy. And similarly for, well, they Kohati, but I guess more broadly motor sport parks. So in terms of Marai, again, I guess I haven't made a strong recommendation either way here. I guess Marai provide a number of similar functions to community halls and things, but also some different functions. So they're similar but different. and potentially they could be already included in the policy in that we talk about cultural facilities, so you could consider them within that category. And they do have other public good functions like providing welfare centres when we have emergencies and those sorts of things. So, you know, they're potentially a case to include them. But there are some differences, and yeah, I guess it depends a little bit whether you want to be guided by that policy in terms of the conversation and ultimately any sort of funding partnership you have with Marae around their facilities. And then in terms of motorsport parks, I mean, we say the submissions just said Kohatu, but I guess we've broadened that out. When we talked about this policy earlier, we initially started a much wider list of facilities that we were looking at, and in the conversation you narrowed it down quite significantly. And so I think from my point of view the motorsport park is quite different from some of these other facilities, and I guess for that reason my recommendation is not to include motorsport as part to the policy. It means that you can look at them on a case-by-case basis and make a decision without having any sort of policy guidance around it. So with that.
Okay. Yes, I mean, I like narrow, because I think once you start to broaden, it does start to get complicated. That said, if you do start to broaden, then you are going to open up debate, well, what is a community facility? Because I don't really understand what the difference between a motorsport, other than it has motorsport as its activity, why it's different from all the other rugby clubs, sports clubs. Just happens to be a different activity. The concept behind it, the principles, what they're aiming to deliver and achieve. And once you open that up, then you're into boat clubs and boat ramps and other activities.
And I think that's where we were in that initial conversation.
I think that's why we narrowed it down. And I have a bit the same, because Marae as a concept actually isn't. It is quite a broad range of activities that take place in the context of. So if you look at Tiawhina, for example, the Marae includes the Papakāinga, it's got the meeting room, the church, it's got the education centre, it's got the health centre, it's got and is growing a whole suite of facilities. My personal view is it would be better to consider those on a case by case. They absolutely accept in terms of components of Marae, as with components of a motorsport facility, they may well fall into community facilities. But broadly speaking, if you draw something as big as a motorsport facility or a Marae, it actually encompasses a whole heap of activities that may or may not fall into that community facilities component. So my personal view is I'd prefer to keep it quite constrained and narrow, while being open to consider funding other things on a case-by-case basis. But that's just my perspective. I'm looking for a mover, yeah.
Yep, I'll move the whole lot. Because you're right, you could go on, and I was just saying churches, you know, very similar to Marae, would you fund it when you're on and on you go. So with the limited funding we have, keeping the policy a bit tighter, and then case by case basis, I think. So happy to move.
Okay, thank you. Happy to second Councillor Dowler.
Sorry, just if you're following your. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 43, you probably just need to reword.
So declines to add.
Yep.
Well, because you can't say declines to add. Declines to add to the community facilities funding policy. That's all you'd say, isn't it? Because you don't want to say clarifies whether Marae considered cultural facilities. Clearly, they are a cultural facility. There is no question about that. Well, actually, not all of them are a cultural facility, potentially. Councillor Hill.
We add anything to acknowledge that, things will be considered case by case. Because we just want to be sending messages like, Marae cultural. Man, it just sounds terrible, doesn't it? And isn't accurate.
Yes, I get your point.
Add the bit to.
Can I suggest we have clients to add Marae and cultural facilities within the scope of the community facilities funding policy? Noted.
Right. not the and, please, because because cultural facilities were in the draft policy.
Can we please see
But just
these
Mariah.
amendments on screen,
Yeah.
please?
And so at the end of all of these, so because it's not just the motorsport one as well, then we need to add a line which basically says, noting that in all of these cases,
It doesn't exclude that they'll be.
considered as on a case by case basis, and the component of them the component of them that may fit the community facilities funding policy can be considered, or words to that effect.
You got that, Alan?
We work
Bring it back
up a resolution overnight and bring it back. How's that?
That'd be brilliant, Helen. You're working very well. We've got about 5 minutes. Maybe that'll happen. So infrastructure strategy we did. Water rates harmonisation.
Which is 156.
Okay. Page 156.
Just so there's no actual notation within the report itself. It's really just those resolutions. If you remember, this was one of those items that we identified was coming, but we weren't consulting on at the time. So there's yeah. So I think we probably just resolve those two.
So move 80 and 81. Move Deputy Mayor Bryant, seconded Councillor Mailing. Growth in housing.
Yeah.
Oh, all those in favour say aye. Against, carried.
Who seconded it?
Deputy Mayor and Mailing. Growth in housing.
156.
156. Jackie.
Yep, just taking the report as read. So
Good
any
idea.
questions?
So Seaview Heights, so we've got there's a process in place around that conversation. I see we've all been invited for a site visit. And growth in housing. Okay. 82 and 83, someone prepared to move. Move Councillor Hill, seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Waimea Community Dam. So 106, 107. So effectively what we're saying is there will be a review of the zone of benefit during the 24-25 year. That will feed into the annual plans in, I guess, 25-26. Into the 25-26 long annual plan. Almost certainly necessitate consultation. So if we need to consult on anything else, that might be the year to do it. Moved Councillor Kinnemont. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Hill. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And lastly, rivers. Yep.
I'm happy to move that.
I thought you might be. Move Deputy Mayor Bryant. So, and seconded Councillor Dowler. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Right, so that draws me to
I'll get back to those two.
the end. So there are two. There are the rates remissions policy as it affects the Abbeyfield conversation, and there is the community facilities funding policy where we need to have wordings to somewhat soften and clarify the issue around the funding of both Mariah Motorsport facilities and actually anything else that falls outside the quite constrained policy currently. Righto. Well, with that, thank you very much for everyone's contribution, input, and the fact that we've managed to get through what was scheduled for 3 days. Yeah. It is the same meeting tomorrow. Yes. So we will reconvene the meeting at 9:30 in the morning. Those two items that I referred to will be there. Some updates from Matt in terms of the consequences of the decisions that we've made today, and Margie as well. And then I guess we'll be looking schedule of fees and charges. So they're the main items for tomorrow. So thank you very much, and I will see everyone tomorrow morning.